Thank you, Tyro. Hey, Denise. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Sarah. I miss you too, Tyro. Hey, Kylie. Don't milk. Hey, Ethan. Definitely missed my sanity. Me? Y'all see that? Sunday to Wednesday feels like forever. Guess I'm ready for my weekly dose of what the fuck are we doing as a country? Oh, yeah. It's pretty rough this week. Hey, Millie. Hey, Rose. Hey, a few minutes here. And did you hear about the dude that said they had Anne Frank and Freedom Writers? I don't even know what that means. Are we gonna have an on-time stream today? I don't think so. Yeah, Barbie. Someone said I had sanity. That's right. Um, there a topic today? Yeah. Yeah, the topic is Trump and his administration are incompetent. Okay. Take your Adderall today? No, I didn't. You have enough material soon to do your Trump is a fascist theme next week. How's the week been so far, Dan? It's been good so far. The last live we had, the pack opening really made my Pokemon session kick off again. Yeah, that's how it happens. Did you see the group chat that got leaked? I'm gonna read it on live. I haven't read it yet. We need to set up the bets on how long until Parker gets banned now that you're live. Well, I'm not live on TikTok yet, so be okay for now. You get your taxes done? Please say no, so I'm not alone. I did do them yesterday, Court. You are officially alone. Trying to get Republicans friends to watch you. So far, you've won. Oh, nice. Why does watching lives on YouTube obliterate my phone battery and overheat it? I don't know. Do you have an Apple or Android? You know you can pull up people's chat history on here? Really? Huh. Well, I don't think I can do it from OBS. I might have to actually go into YouTube. Hey, King Joker. Happening a lot with my iPhone the past 2 weeks. Hey, Neely. Dan, the haircut made you stop it. Ah. Hey, Layla. App company made light version of their app now to help with problem. Ah, interesting. EA won theirs last night. Yeah. Uh, I DM it to you. The special elections? No, you don't have to DM me that. Figure it out.
Um, I think it was Anne Frank that they actually brought in to tell her story, and it really changed these people's lives. So, sort of a little bit of an example from Hollywood of what should be going on a larger scale. I think in the colleges and universities.
Yeah.
One of
What? Thank you, Clutch, for the sub. Thank you for the offer to pester me, Barbie. I appreciate it. Oh, that's large. Gonna take me forever, caffeine. Yeah, Tracy was really nice by me too. Yeah, W's in the chat for caffeine and the mods. The mods found the good pictures and caffeine made the background. Caffeine in the mods. Sounds like a band. Okay. But ready. Start here. Playing the triangle. bigger than nicely. I hope so. Gotta get into debate mode for a sec. Really don't want to have coffee this. Okay, let me just try to like mind over matter caffeine myself. Trying to get now. Vibrate? Does that work? At least open TikTok. Coffee? You think I should have coffee? Um, Still have on TikTok yet? No. Just open TikTok. I might need coffee. No, you're really putting the caffeine fiend in caffeine. Are most of your guests from TikTok? All of my guests are from TikTok. Peer pressure strong here.
Everything's computer.
I am from guys. In Twitch, Silver Moon of Earth. She's the one that sent me the shirt. I'll show it off on TikTok as well. I get live on there. Oh wait, you guys can't even see what it said. I'm gonna flip my camera 1 second. I remember how to do that. It has the at. Okay, I'm gonna have coffee. Um, I just realized something. Hey, flu. I'll be on TikTok soon. Actually, I got an idea for a quick TikTok. Real quick. Post it in the Okay, I'm gonna redo that. Hold on. Behind the scenes yikes. All right, yeah, just relax. All right, give me a second. Let me cook. Wait, one more time. One more. I think I got it. All right, this will work. This will do. Is this what it's like to make a TikTok? Yes, exactly this. Okay. Finish the TikTok. Now I got to do the captions and the what are they called? Hashtags? Pound signs? Socks and sandals game strong. How did you see? Oh, when I put the flag up? Okay. Posted the TikTok. About to go live. Here we go. Dan, we'd like two messages back. I don't know if you read my Discord message, but yeah, I saw it. I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw it. Live. All right, we are officially live on TikTok. Gotta lower my. Hey, Kylie. Hey, Unworn. I hope the Wojaks lure MAGA in. I hope so too. I'm muted. Okay, testing. Hey, Kylie. Hey, Unworn. Hey, Nate. Hey, Millie. Audio good now? I love the pre-show, but I love when we switch back to TikTok. Yeah, I feel you. Welcome in, everybody. Howdy ho. Hey, Heather. Hey, Elena. Hey, Dan. It's Arflu. This is the name I'm stuck for. We got it. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Hector, are you requesting? I'll bring you up. Stop saying MAGA. I got it. I only need to hear it once. That signal chat was a failure of the Brandon administration, brother. I'd love to hear how you spin that one. The background is backgrounding. Bait that hook, Dan. You wrote Biden wrong. Francois, I don't know if you know this, but Joe Biden never accidentally leaked battle plans. Bring him up to explain that. Oh, I'm waiting. Dan, did you see the Diet Coke button? Joe Biden also never nominated an actual alcoholic to be the Secretary of Defense. Fox News host alcoholic. I hire the best people. Fired everyone in his first administration. Okay, but this time I've had 8 years. Now I am hiring the best people. This was the best. This is their best. All right, we're gonna go to our first guest once we have 10,000 likes. No, but he did leave service members behind. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Turn like a pretzel.
Thank you so much, Carmine. I'm so sorry. Who negotiated with the Taliban for that pullout? I'll wait. I'll give you a hint though. It rhymes with Bonald and ends with bump. Oh, the background is backgrounding. We're getting some Trump support. We're getting people that support Donald Trump in the chat. Let's go. Trump tried to hire Matt Gaetz. Yeah, that's a good one. Wait, that's true. Hello, Pete literally said, if this leaks.
Soda!
Thank you, Ice Cold. Thank you for the taps, everybody. If you'd like us to get more on the front page, and you have one coin, the little heart me next to my name is good for the algorithm. Other than that, nobody sent any gifts. Just taps and follows, please. You forgot that a Dem leaked it? Wait. I think you're misunderstanding. They added someone without security clearance into their group chat on Signal. Okay, so it was an app not designed for the federal government to be using in privacy. That's number one. Number two, they added a random person to the. Oh my God! Wait, this person's actually. Wait, you're really coping. This is their cope. Their cope. XO. All is a fay. Their cope is Donald Trump hired an actual alcoholic who, included a random person into a text message group chat about a very important missile strike. Yeah, all of that. But the journalist, because he is a journalist, must be a Democrat, and he's the one that leaked it, so he's actually at fault. Miss me with that for the rest of time. There is no way that was your fucking argument. I'm going to the first guest. Hi, welcome up.
You can't be serious right now. How is he incompetent when we both witnessed the debate and Biden couldn't even finish his
You can't
sentence?
even get it out. You can't even get it out.
Nah, it's just funny that Biden couldn't even finish his sentence. And also, you spoke about tariffs. You do realize that you're for child labor laws if you are against tariffs. You do realize that, right? People don't even realize they're defending child labor laws when they are against tariffs.
So tariffs. If you actually were against child labor, then you rather than tariffs, what you would want is you would want multilateral international trade agreements that prevent other countries from using child labor. All tariffs does is say is okay. Well, if you want to use child labor, it's a little more expensive. That doesn't actually solve it. The best way is a global economy where we have multinational, multilateral trade agreements, and then we can input our own, demands in those agreements, like we have for the USMCA or NAFTA prior.
Again, I've heard that these are mainstream talking points that you guys stick to a script. You can't. That doesn't actually work in reality. You do realize that, right? Like you just need to admit tariffs do have some bad. You know, we're
Could
going to
you
pay more, but it's
could you possibly remove the mic from your mouth?
so we're doing personal insults, or are we going to talk politics?
How
Because
did I
we
insult
can do
you?
personal insults. I could talk about how you're paid by the DNC. If you wanna get personal, we can talk about how you're paid by the DNC. Damn, you paid by the DNC. Or we, or we can we can talk politics, or we can get personal. So whichever way you want to go, buddy, we can go either way. If you want to get personal, we can do that, or we can stick to the topic.
Starting off strong tonight, chat. Okay, all right. Let's debate. Let's talk about the topic here.
Thank you. So, how are you going to defend his performance at Biden's performance? You want to call Trump incompetent, but everybody, me and you, there's 417 people here. Going to be more by the time I finish this sentence. But yeah, we've seen how Trump destroyed Biden, and Biden was the one that was incompetent. It is objectively true. Even his own party admitted it.
So Biden never leaked sensitive battle plans. Biden never threatened to implement tariffs and then change his mind and then threatened to implement them again and then change his mind again. Like literally playing hokey pokey with the tariffs. Biden never said, "Oh, I didn't sign the alien and enemies authorization," right after him doing it. Like Biden never mixed up Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Again, these are more mainstream talking points. We've heard of look, listen. That's what you guys are good at. You're able to spin the story. You don't take accountability or hold each other responsible.
Oh wait, you want to take accountability? Let's talk about this. Hold on. You want to talk about accountability? I got you. Donald Trump, 2012. Why is Barack Obama constantly issuing executive orders that are major power grabs of authority? That's all Trump has done this term. He has no intention of running the country through legislation because he can never. He's a bad negotiator and a bad leader. He can never get his party around a piece of legislation. So all he's doing is passing executive orders. Where's the accountability? How can he be such a hypocrite?
I know exactly what you're trying to do, but Dan Malik, what you need to realize is that was before he was even a politician. You're looking at a tweet from 2012. You put up a tweet from 2012. That is how you know the Democratic Party is desperate. When they they reference a tweet from 2012. Oh man, that's funny. Dan, come on, you've done better than that before. I've seen you put up better arguments. That was weak. We got to be honest here. 2012, that man went from way
okay.
back.
If you want, we could just talk about yesterday when they accidentally added a regular citizen, not anyone with security clearance, into a group chat. A group chat on the app Signal that was about a drone strike. Like that's really how we're communicating drone strikes now through Signal. Adding random people?
Yeah, I know literally exactly what you're talking about. Your side is making a huge deal out of it. It's not even a big deal, dude. Like, are you going to really, you guys are going to make a huge deal about this. Come on, like, you guys have been crying about this all day today. I've been debating. I do this for a living. I debate on TikTok for a living. I go against all you guys, and it has the same outcome. You guys are like broken records saying the same thing. There was no harm. There was no harm. There was no harm that was done.
There was no harm. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me ask you a question. What if the person they added wanted to do harm?
I know, no, I understand your concern. It's a valid concern, but it's like it had potential harm. Is basically what you're saying. It had potential harm. That. I'll meet you there. I'll have a middle ground and meet you. It had potential harm, but it didn't do any actual harm. Can you meet me there?
I mean, if you don't count what happened in Yemen, but even still, I think the idea that Trump and his administration can just keep fucking up, but as long as things kind of work out, then it's okay. So, for example, Trump, we're gonna do these flat 25% tariffs, absolutely decimates the stock market. Oh, never mind. Like, we should be shitting on him for this, but no, he gets a pass.
Look,
Biden, old stutter, he'll never live it down. Oh, Biden doesn't know how to answer questions. Biden walks around like a Roomba. Trump, watch this, guys, crashes the economy. Whoops, and everyone just walks past it. So wild.
Listen. Listen. Life is not a speed run. It's like you're going to make mistakes. You're not going to perfectly go through it like a speed run. You know what I mean? He's going to
What?
make mistakes, but I guarantee they're better. They're the lesser of two evils versus if Kamala had won, there would have been this world would have been set on fire, burning down. We would have had no chance. With Trump, I'll take the bruises. I'll take the juice is worth the squeeze. Basically, with Trump, the juice is worth the squeeze. Basically, with Trump, that's
Well,
basically
okay.
what I'm
So what's
getting
the juice? Where's the juice? Where are we getting it?
better economy, more jobs, safer spaces for the people here, more honesty, less conflict overseas. We got to be having honest
Less
conversations.
conflict
No,
overseas.
No.
What? Thank you, Carla. Less conflict overseas. I'm sorry. Uh, who is the president right now who's trying to annex Canada and Greenland? Wants to buy Gaza? Wants to invade Panama?
well, somebody else.
And
I
actually,
could see making that.
if you
Sorry,
want,
go ahead.
we can read the text that got leaked and talk about less conflict. Where we literally have the Department of Defense wanting to change the name to the Department of War. That alone, by the way, should be alarm bells to any American. Changing the name, the Department of Defense to the Department of War should be like, okay, we're on the wrong side here. We're the baddies. That's number one. Thank you, Melissa, for the hand hearts. Number two, in the freaking leaked text. In the leaked text, they're like, "Hey, we probably don't have to do this right now." And then the DUI hire, Pete Hegseth, is like, "No, we should. Let's do it."
Did you say the DEI hire? So
No,
we
the
do agree
DUI
that
hire.
DEI is a better name, but again, like I said, I'm not necessarily going to defend some of that stuff, but I'm also not going to criticize it as well. I just don't see the issue with. I mean, I don't know. I understand the concern, but just at the end of the day, I don't think that any of that was a huge issue. To be completely honest, like.
All right. Well, so what would you need to see for you to agree that Trump is incompetent?
Um, him not doing what he said he would do, like when Biden paid for his son to get, or not, I'm sorry, not paid, but he signed for his son, he pardoned his son. If Trump were to go back on his word, then I wouldn't trust him. But that's really what made me stop trusting the Democratic Party.
You know what? Not only did I know I was going to have an example for whatever you said, I even have an example relating to pardons. So Trump said he was only going to pardon January 6thers if they were peaceful and nobody that assaulted a police officer. And yet, on day one, he did a blanket pardon on every single J6er, including the ones that assaulted police officers. So, by your own logic, you can agree that Donald Trump is incompetent, right?
I mean, no, it's not that straightforward. It's not that straightforward because look, Dan. Okay, look, I don't have to be honest.
I just give me 1 second. I gotta find the goalpost real quick.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Wow, Dan, you're really going to do that? We're doing personal attacks now. Wow, okay. See, and this is when these conversations happen where now I could bring up the fact that you're paid by the DM. Dan, come on, we're going to have politics or we're going to get personal. You are paid by the DM.
You're right, my man. Careful, your blood pressure. Everything's gonna be okay.
Dude, there's proof on the website. There's proof that you were paid by the DNC, Dan. Like, we have to
Our
be
country is
honest,
being
man.
No,
destroyed
you
by
actually
stupid
the
people.
proof you found was that someone with the last name Malik donated to the DNC. That was the proof you showed us. Different first name and donated rather than received donation. That was the proof you found.
Okay, listen. I may have read it wrong, but I have other sources that proves you're paid by the DNC. That wasn't my only source, dude. That was just the first one that popped up on Google.
I will pay you to show me the source that proves I'm paid by the DNC.
I know for an absolute 100% fact that you are paid by the DNC, and I had 5 different sources, but I just when you showed me that picture last time, that just kind of triggered me because I felt like you were making a mockery out of the whole situation, when in reality you didn't want to address the fact that there is evidence of you receiving payments from the DNC, and at that
All right.
point I just kind
All right. Well, you were voted out by the majority. Do you have any last words you want to?
of.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting first guest. Before we go to our second guest, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Everybody that sent the gift so far, thank you so much. Actually, I want to shout out 2 people in particular that I missed. Vicky, thank you for the meerkat, and Chris, thank you for the dinosaur. But nobody has to send gifts. Nobody has to sub. The only thing I'm asking for, thank you, Rissa, is a follow. Just make sure next to my name that there's an orange heart or a gray heart. If there's a red oval, that means you're not following. Also, TikTok might get banned on April 5th. That's next week. Chat. I know it feels like that 75 days just flew by, but TikTok might get banned on April 5th. So make sure you're following on Twitch and YouTube. We are currently live on Twitch and YouTube right now. We're live on 3 platforms. So links are in my bio and my link tree. Thank you. And we're going to the next guest now. Hold on. I got to lower the patience meter by 1. He literally scared my dog with all that screaming. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Dementia Donald. All right, here we go. Next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi. So I know you worried about April 5th, but April 3rd, the reciprocal tariffs goes into effect, and across the board, the stock market is going to go up, the economy is going to boom, and America will be rich again.
We're excited?
Yeah, we are, actually.
No. I didn't say, are you excited? I said, works cited. Do you have any evidence that the stock market's going to boom based on reciprocal tariffs? If anything, that means the
Yeah,
stock market's going to
because
crash.
we're here for free and fair trade. The only reason why tariffs are a thing is because people are okay with the status quo. It's unfair to the American people because we are the consumers of the world. So we're paying more tariffs on other countries than we're charging. So all he doing is leveling the playing field.
That is not all he's doing, actually.
That is what he's doing. If they're charging us 400% tariffs, we're charging them 400% tariffs. Just like Canada has a 270% tariff on our dairy products from our farmers.
That's only after
we're
we
going
hit a
to
certain
charge
threshold.
them 270%.
That 270% is only after they hit a certain threshold.
We also have 400% tariffs from Canada.
Yeah, again.
Either way it go, he's leveling the playing field so that
when
we can gain money.
When you say leveling the playing field, who is he leveling it against?
The world. Anybody who we trade with.
The
No,
things
it's
you
not
buy are
against
going to be
us, it's
more
for us.
expensive because of these tariffs.
It's not against us. It's for us. And
Okay, all right, let me ask you a question.
From it.
How does raising our grocery prices help you and me?
Well, last I heard, egg prices went down, gas prices.
I'm going to ask the question again. How does raising our grocery prices help you?
My grocery prices hasn't went up. My eggs went down because that was what the Democrats were complaining.
When did you say the tariffs were going to be put in?
Yeah, but
when did you say the tariffs are going to go into effect?
Other countries are going to.
When did you say the tariffs are going to go into effect?
On the 3rd.
On the 3rd. Okay. So when grocery prices go up, how does that help you and me?
Start receiving money on the 3rd.
What?
Yeah, you didn't watch it today?
No, I didn't hear what you said. Say that again.
I said April 2nd is when they go into effect. April 3rd is when we're going to collect.
Okay. Well, great. Again, that's when grocery prices are going to go up. By the way, just in case, listen, egg prices, I saw the thing you saw, okay? Wholesale egg prices are down 7 cents. I don't think they're down for consumers yet, but even if they are,
Nationwide.
7 cents.
No,
So,
it's not
so we're
7
going to trade the
cents.
whole stock market and the
That's a
whole economy
lie.
over 7 cents on eggs. But
That's a
why do
lie.
you think eggs went up so much in the first place?
Because Biden killed 100,000 chickens
Oh, with his
because
bare
of the
hands?
bird flu. Or 100 million chickens because of the bird flu. So we
Well,
had an egg shortage. That's
eggs were at
natural.
the absolute peak after
He
Trump took
killed
office. And
all
you
the
know, and do
chickens.
you know what
He
Trump did when
killed
he came
all
into
the
office?
chickens, so
He
we didn't
accidentally
have
fired the
any
officials that
eggs.
were working on the
Common
bird flu.
sense.
This is how incompetent your president is. He came in, said egg
This
prices
is
are kind of
how
high. Let's
incompetent
raise
you
them. I'm
are.
gonna
You
fire all
think
the people that are in
eggs
charge
just
of keeping track of the bird
appear, and
flu.
you think that eggs don't come from chickens. So if you kill 100 million chickens, you're not going to have any eggs.
How did Biden kill these chickens?
He killed them because of the bird flu, the spread of the bird flu.
Okay, so what did you want him to? What did you want? How would you have handled this?
Are you still eating chicken today?
That's a question that was answered with a question. How would you have handled this?
I wouldn't have killed. I wouldn't have tanked the. I wouldn't have raised the egg
Okay,
prices.
so you want flu eggs.
Listen, you asked me a question, I answered
That
it.
when you hear the listen, that's how you know they're cooked. It's over.
No, I'm not cooked.
Listen.
I understand. I had a rebuttal for you. Kept the last dude up here because he
perfect.
didn't know
I'll
how to
bring this
argue
back up.
with
All
you.
right, so how can you justify a president comes into office, right? Egg prices are high, and he says, you know what? I'm going to make egg prices even higher by firing the people that are in charge with monitoring the bird flu.
He fired the people that monitor the bird flu.
Yeah, look at the screen.
And rehired them. Okay. That
And
happens.
that's trying to rehire
If
them.
you're shutting down whole departments and you realize that you made a mistake, you're gonna correct that mistake, right?
It's a pretty big mistake for
That's
a guy
not a
who's
pretty
supposed
big
to be
mistake.
for a guy
Nobody's
who's supposed to
missing
be
eggs
this
right
amazing
now.
leader.
Nobody's tripping on no eggs right now. Like, what are you talking about?
Eggs by me are $7 a carton.
Well, they not by me.
How much are you paying for eggs?
I actually don't
Come
eat
on,
eggs.
man.
You don't eat eggs.
I actually don't eat eggs, but
You're chilling.
I don't eat meat. But the point is, egg prices are down, gas prices are down. Okay.
Thank you, Ethan.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying your whole thing about the stock market is going to boom, the economy is going to boom.
Yeah.
Makes no sense because
He's
just on the
first of all,
fears of the
whole
tariffs, the
tariff
stock market.
conversation is
Every
a
time-
negotiating tool.
A
It's
negotiating tool to get
negotiating
what? To get
tool,
what?
And he's lowering the market to get people like us to give us a fair chance to have a piece of the steak.
Okay, you're trolling.
he's
You're actually a
lowering
top
the
tier
mar-
troll. That's good.
No,
That's
no,
good.
I'm
You got us
serious.
good.
He's a top tier negotiator. This is what he do. He's been negotiating his whole life. He's negotiating because he want to lower the market
bro.
to make sure we can tap into the market right now. Right now, I think what's his name? Tesla is at the stock is like 279, and it would never be this low again in life, and ever in your life, in your kids' life, in your grandkids' life. Tesla stock will never be as cheap as it is now.
I'm gonna summarize.
If you guys do not invest in the stock market right now, you're gonna miss this next boom.
I'm gonna summarize.
April 2nd is gonna be Liberation Day for Americans, and we're gonna be paid again. Listen to this bullshit if y'all want to. I'm telling y'all.
Well, okay, let me just. You know what? You're making some good points. You're making some good points. Hold on. Let me just summarize your argument here for chat. Chat. So Donald Trump is playing 5D chess right now, and he's crashing the economy so that regular people like you and me can buy up cheap Tesla stock. That is what the guest just said.
Everybody knows when the stocks drop, what do? They turn back up. Like it's gonna be a boom when he implement these tariffs. You're gonna miss out thinking like that, and I hope you stay thinking like that because you're gonna miss out on this opportunity that you're never gonna see again.
Okay. So, is your argument that stock market's going to crash, Gives us a generational
No,
buying
I never
opportunity.
said the stock market is crashing. You said that.
Well, you
Come
just said
on,
Tesla is
man.
at like a very low point. It'll never be this low again, right?
Yeah, it hit an all-time low. But
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying, it is affordable for common people like me and you right now.
Right.
So
So,
when he implements these tariffs,
uh-huh.
stock is going to shoot up.
Why would Tesla stock shoot up based on tariff?
Not just Tesla. I'm talking about the S&P 500. I'm talking about Nvidia. I'm talking about stocks like the chips, that the semiconductor chips that they moving over here, the manufacturing companies that he's moving over here.
Wait, that Joe Biden, when Joe Biden
I'm
moved them here
talking
with
about these
the Chips and
minerals
Science
that he
Act?
want to get from Ukraine. I'm
Wait,
talking about
wait,
the
the Chips and
lithium, the
Science Act that Joe Biden
titanium, the
signed?
beryllium, the uranium, the graphite, the copper, the lead, the zinc, the silver, the nickel, the cobalt, the manganese, the lumber. All that shit is gonna boom.
Where can I invest in manganese?
First of all,
Miles.
Hyundai has invested $500 billion into manufacturing over here in America. Johnson & Johnson just invested $5 billion. Apple invested $500 billion. SoftBank, OpenAI, they're creating this thing with Oracle called Star. What's it called? Star. Anyway, they invested in the AI structure, and you got all these other companies like JP Morgan, um, uh, it's just a whole bunch of companies, Micron, um, Alphabet Incorporation. All these companies are invested in America, and they're moving back to America because they don't want to get tariffs. That's beneficial for us. That's creating more jobs when all these factories, all these manufacturing companies, all these AI tech companies,
I'm glad you brought up
all
Micron.
these.
I'm so glad you brought up Micron stock.
I just said
You want to see all the rest of the stocks that you mentioned?
Everything has hit an all-time low. This is the time to buy, guys.
Why are they hitting an all-time low? What's happening? What's causing it?
You will never in your lifetime get these stocks this cheap. Right now is the time to invest in the stock market.
So what's causing
he implements these tariffs, we are fucking paid.
What's causing the stocks to go down?
This trade war.
Okay.
Just when he simply said something, he just announced a new executive order
so
today.
Close.
So whatever he said today, obviously everything that comes out his mouth affects the stock market.
Right. So
the other day when he said he loved the Trump coin, his stock went straight up and then it dropped back down. So his voice
Thanks,
means
Obama.
something.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah. Okay. So you're so close to getting it. You're on the right track. So the stocks are going down.
I'm on the track. What do you mean I'm on the I'm not so close. I'm on it. You're lost.
Perfect. So stocks are going down because Donald Trump is threatening.
This is the time for
tariffs.
us to invest.
Right.
Yes, Trump is not an idiot.
Perfect.
He is the smartest businessman that ever exists, honey. I'm so happy that we have our modern day Einstein working side by side with him with this administration. They treated Nikola Tesla the same way, and they loved him and his inventions after he died, but they treated him like shit while he was alive. And they're doing Elon the same way.
Okay,
Y'all are gonna regret that shit.
I just have one question. Okay, I just have one question. Okay.
So I'm invested in all that shit.
If stocks are going down because of the threat of tariffs from Trump, what do you think stocks will do when the tariffs are actually implemented?
They're gonna shoot up because we're not gonna be the ones paying the tariffs. What part of that don't you understand? These other countries are gonna be paying us.
A tariff is a tax on the importing company.
What?
A tariff is a tax on the importing company.
People are moving here. Did you not hear me say Johnson & Johnson just moved their manufacturing company here? Apple just moved their company here. The semiconductor chips that was created in Taiwan, they moved here. Like Hyundai just moved here. All these
Wrong.
companies are who were getting cheap labor in Japan and in China. They're moving their companies because they're afraid of tariffs. They're moving them back over here. We're gonna have a steel boom because we get our steel.
Thank you, Prescott, for the $5. Dan, she's hurting my head. Make it stop. Thank you, Thank you, Beauty Boutique, for the $1 tinfoil hat time. Thank you, Miles, for the marvelous confetti. Ethan, thank you for the hand heart. Devin, thank you for the dinosaur. And Miles, thank you for the marvelous confetti. Happy Humanist, thank you for the sub. We're gonna go to the next guest. She was like if you animated a Facebook comment.
China.
Thank you, Real, for the Panther pause. Like you found a Facebook comment and then you had AI turn it into a real person. Okay, first two callers were interesting. We're gonna go to the next guest. Sanity? Thank you for the hand hearts. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wow, that I will say I'm not a supporter of Trump, of the current administration.
Ooh, listen, I love
we'll
you.
add that.
I love you, but right now we're just doing Trump supporters. You can come back later in the live if you'd like to have a word.
All right, sweet,
All right,
sure.
Thank you. Bye. Listen, if you are waiting in the box but you don't support Trump, please drop. I will bring up people with wrinkled brains later, okay? Just looking to talk to Trump supporters. All right, here we go. Hi,
Well,
welcome up.
You just invited me up because you want some dinosaurs, bro. If you're short on cash, I could give it to you.
Okay. Venmo's in my Cash App. I mean, Venmo's in my bio.
Let's go, guys. Dinosaurs. Let's go. 10 dinosaurs. Now, I just want to say, yo, why'd your champ vote her off? She was talking a lot of common sense. Are they a little racist or what?
That was common sense to you?
You said she was trolling. I said, why do you think she's trolling? Because a
Okay.
black woman can't have her own opinions?
I'll tell you why I thought she was
I'm
trolling.
so sick of these people. You know.
I thought she was
Not more.
trolling. I thought she was trolling because she said that the stock market was going to boom once the tariffs are implemented. And then when I pointed out that stocks are down, and she even recognized that it's because of the things Trump says, her justification was, well, he's giving us a good buying opportunity. That can't be a real person's argument, right? It cannot.
Mm. I hear you, man. Listen, I'm just here to get you some dinosaurs. That's all it is, you know? So, guys, just donate a few more dinosaurs, and you'll draw me. Like 4 more, 5 more, 6 more. Come on, guys. Dan works hard. He's here every day streaming for you guys. You know, put your money. Just. The economy's bad. It's under
I'm
Trump.
so sick of
Come
these
on, guys.
people. You know.
Let's go.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Nice.
I'm so
There we
sick
go.
Oh
of these
my
people.
God.
You know.
Damn, Miles told him to shut the. Thank you, Miles, for the 4 dinosaur.
I'm so sick of these people.
And Renee.
You know.
Thank you, Renee. We got a whole Jurassic Park in here. Thank you, Miles X4 and Renee. Thank you so much. Dan, what's with tonight? I don't know. I think Mercury is in Gatorade or something. Okay, going to the next guest. Are there any normal Trump supporters left? I don't think so, right? I think they're all gone. Trump calling the signal leak a witch hunt. Oh my God. Hi, welcome up.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Hello?
This is a mandatory blinker checkpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can you kick me, please? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe, for the dinosaur. That was for myself, not him. Oh God. Okay. Going to the next guest. He's the most competent president ever. I hope you're trolling. What are you drinking? Black coffee. Next guest. Here we go. What are your thoughts on group chat leakage? I think it's super dangerous, and it's not surprising, unfortunately. But I welcome up Sal Soul. Sal Soul, you're live, and you're not. Okay. On the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hi.
How you doing?
The 1,000 people watching, there's 890 of you. If you support Donald Trump, you are fascist, racist, and hateful. There is nothing you can do to convince me otherwise if you still support what they're doing. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. On to the next guest. No lies told. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, can you hear me? It's a little bit windy.
I can hear you, but I can also hear the wind.
I'm trying to move away. How about now?
Sounds good.
So are we saying Biden is competent? Because I see the picture of Biden next to Trump.
I'm saying that Biden is way more competent than Donald Trump. Way more competent. Frankly, I'd rather just talk about Trump. But the picture of Biden was up there to get guests, and it worked actually. Usually we have like 5 or 6 guests in line. Now we have like 12 because y'all just hate Biden so much.
This is your income, right? You got to make it work like a well-oiled machine.
However you want to slice it. You requested up and wanted to talk about Joseph Robinette Biden. So
yeah, I mean, come on, dude's not competent in any way, shape, or the form of the word.
Yeah. Has he ever accidentally added a journalist to a civilian app that they were using for a group chat for a strike?
Did Donald Trump do that? Was he in that chat?
Well,
he was in that chat.
He hired an alcoholic Fox News host to run his Department of Defense. So
I was going off of what you're saying. You said Trump did that, so I was just trying to figure out.
So he hired the alcoholic Fox News host, who's the head of the Department of Defense. This is after 4 years of him saying, "Well, my first term, we hired the deep state. I'm only hiring the best people now." He said it the first 4 years. He said we only hired the best, and he fired 75% of his administration. 40 out of 44 of the people in his administration, in his cabinet, the first time did not endorse him. This time, but he said, "Oh, they're deep state. This time we're hiring the best." First guy he hires, fucking alcoholic Fox News host that accidentally leaks state secrets. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Have you heard one person argue that was okay?
Have I heard one person? Yeah, okay. So first of all, there are people saying that it's not a big deal. That's number one. But number two, the problem here is that anyone who watched the first 4 years of his presidency knows that this is the type of thing to expect. For example, Donald Trump fired the pandemic response team that Obama set up, and then, oh shit, we have a pandemic. If only we had a competent president. You know who wouldn't have fired that team? Hillary Rodham Clinton. Okay? We've seen several times where Donald Trump...
Hillary was a good person?
A complete non sequitur. Whether she's a good person or not, she would not have fired the pandemic response team. She would have handled COVID better. An adult, Ted Cruz would have handled COVID better. John Kasich could have handled COVID better. I'm not even saying Democrat or Republican. You guys voted for like a child, a man-child. We watched it for 4 years. So now, when this happens, this is not surprising. This shouldn't be like, well, this is his first strike. No, this is like strike 49.
I think that if that guy doesn't resign, that would look horrible and be awful. And I think anyone who has any intelligence about them wants this guy to resign, Republican or Democrat.
Okay. I think you need to go into some MAGA lives and see what they're saying, because they are not calling for Pete Hegseth's resignation. And in fact, I don't know if you saw it.
They're not calling for it.
I don't know if you saw it. Pete Hegseth, his first response to the press about this was, are we talking about that discredited journalist? Like he was literally attacking the guy who he accidentally added to the the chat.
Yeah, both Democrats and Republicans will lie about this stuff.
Oh no! We are not doing the false equivalency here. We are not doing the false. If Joe Biden had done this, we wouldn't hear the end of it. We are going to forget about this in a week because it's Donald Trump.
No, I don't think we're going to forget about this in a week.
Okay.
If he doesn't resign, that's going to be big news, right?
I don't think him. I think him resigning would be big news. Nobody is expect. But Trump and his administration have never taken accountability for anything. Even when he lost the 2020 election, he still has not conceded. They don't have to ever take accountability. But frankly, I'm shocked that Matt Gaetz resigned because it looked like he had the votes to become Attorney General, a sex trafficker. So,
no,
yeah,
I agree. Personally, I'm not even a Trump supporter. I'm a very anti-Kamala, anti-Biden. Those people are crazy, and the people who think that they're good, like that's what came on here. I was like,
how is Kamala crazy?
Biden. Oh, dude, did you see the unedited interview with her?
That was after the election anyway. So let's talk about
that was during the election.
Yeah, but you didn't see the interview. You didn't see the interview until after the election. So I don't know why you bring that up as.
Yeah, and it just confirmed.
Let's talk. Okay.
It confirmed my suspicions that she was just a puppet.
That's literally just how interviews are filmed. I don't know if you've seen how Trump. When Trump was doing the signing of like executive orders, they had to like bring the cameras back and be like, oh, you got to sign that for the camera. Like it's. But either way, what did she do leading up to the election that made you think she was crazy or whatever you called her?
Right. It was the scripted roboticness of her words. Everything that she said was written by fucking AI, bro.
You think going by a script? Hold on. You think going by a script makes someone crazy? Whereas Donald Trump, who doesn't go by a script, is running for president and is talking about Arnold Palmer's penis, talking about whether sharks or batteries is a better way to die.
No, I'm not comparing her to Trump and saying she's crazy. I said the people who support Kamala are crazy and think that she's a good candidate.
I think so. First of all, I think she's a good candidate. But if you compare her to Trump, I think she's like a generational, like Michael Jordan fused with LeBron candidate. Like if just as a candidate, baseline, good candidate. Not great, good candidate. Compared to Donald Trump, deity level.
If she was a good candidate, she would have gotten so many more votes when she ran. She didn't get any votes, bro.
Oh my God, not another 2020. I don't know why you guys bring this up. Where did you guys get this talking point?
Because I was a Democrat,
in a field of 20 Democrats, she saw that she wasn't polling in the top 3, so she dropped out before Iowa. That's all that happened. And that's
exactly. And then she became the vice president, and then became the primary.
I don't know if you know this. Richard Nixon lost an election before he won another election. There was nobody saying at the time, well, he lost before, so he's unpopular, and anyone that supports him is crazy, which is what you're saying. You're saying because she didn't
get any votes, is what I was saying.
What is she dropped out before the votes were cast?
You think in an even playing field where she was on the primary and people ran against her, she was going to get more votes than other people?
In 2020 or 2024?
If in a different situation where Biden wasn't running and they had a primary, do you think she would have gotten more votes?
Oh, it depends on who the opponents were. Like I said,
exactly.
I'm not saying she's the best candidate of all time, but that's why I said she's the most qualified. If you put her baseline against any candidate possible, I said she's a good candidate. Probably not a great candidate, but a good candidate. But again, if you compare it to Trump, it's like not even close. It's like the difference between a turkey sandwich and a bucket of diarrhea with razor blades in it. Like this is not.
Well, in my opinion, it was a bucket of razor blades versus a bucket of razor blades.
Well, that's a great opinion to have, but it's not based on anything but your feelings. She was more qualified for the position. She was more articulate, more knowledgeable about every topic. Even if you just go based on policy and ignore that Donald Trump was a 34 times. If you ignore that he's a felon, if you ignore that he was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting someone, ignore all that. Just go based on policy. She had an 84-page policy document just on economic and tax policy. And all other policies were very, very well thought out. Donald Trump had a 14-page document for his entire policy. Like a joke. Like genuine.
But you're saying Biden's super competent compared to Trump. And
compared to Trump, yes. Compared to Trump,
he would have won. He would have won that race, right? If he was.
I don't know if I'm saying that. Listen, there's 77 million absolute smooth brains in the country. I don't know, but I am saying that I would rather Biden be president right now. Yeah, I'd rather Biden be president I would rather a 100-year-old Biden be president right now.
Is that because you know that the people that are actually in control will be doing all the stuff that you agree with?
No,
or
it's
is it
because I would do anything for Donald Trump not to be the president. I would rather a mailbox be
that's what
president.
makes you blue
I would
MAGA.
rather my cat Lyndon be president. Okay,
You're blue
because
MAGA, bitch.
because if nobody was president, then nothing would get done. With Trump president, things are going backwards.
By the stock market standards, or is there something else?
Oh, everything by
Everything. How?
oh, human rights. He just passed an executive order just now. I think it was either today or yesterday. Passed an executive order that limits a state's ability to run the elections the way they want. Whatever happened to the party of states' rights?
Well, I haven't heard about this.
You want me to pull it up?
Go for it. I'm interested. Like I said, I didn't vote for Trump. I personally see what's going on and how my life is going and people around me, and not as many people are as affected by what he's doing than you expect, I suppose.
First, they came for the Jews, and I said nothing.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about like just because you're privileged and it's not affecting you doesn't mean that it won't. He's cutting Medicaid. He's cutting potentially going to be cutting Social Security.
Were you going to get Social Security? Were you and I going to get Social Security when we retire? No. It was.
If nothing is done, I hate that I have to walk you through this. If nothing is done, then you and I are going to get 75% of what we were promised. That's if nothing is done. Okay?
No, that is not what we've been told our entire lives.
Yeah, you've been lied to. You have been lied to by conservatives who want to privatize Social Security. You've been lied to saying, oh, you guys aren't going to get Social Security, so vote against your best interest. Please keep voting for the boots. Please, please, please. You've been lied to. The reality is right now, the letter of the law, if nothing is done, then we will receive 75% of the benefits we're supposed to receive. And that's if nothing is done. Now, I personally think something should be done. I think Congress should pass something. But that's neither here nor there. The idea that we're not going to get it is a lie. And the idea that we should say, okay, no 75%, just give me nothing. Just throw us out on our ass and let us starve. Also not good.
This is okay. I will look into that. I will look into that to see if that's correct or not. Because I've never heard that in my entire life.
Hold on. Social Security.
And I have Democrats that surround me, not Republicans. I'm not in some echo chamber. I live in California. It's a melting pot of ideas, and some of us are able to take information in and change our opinions.
Okay. In 2035, Social Security
is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you. In 2035, Social Security will only pay out 75% of benefits. This is from socialsecurity.gov.
In 2025?
2035. That's if nothing is done.
Okay, when are you planning to retire?
After 2035. Hold on. That's not, and it's not going to drop off by a year.
So then that's people who are expecting to get 100%. You're saying are now expecting to get 75%. In 2035, that's in 10 years. There's no way that
we'll just read it together. We'll read it together. Hold on. I'll pull it up right here. Okay. So this is from the Social Security Administration.gov. Concepts of solvency, sustainability, and budget impact are common in discussions of Social Security, but not well understood. Currently, the Social Security Board of Trustees projects programs' cost to rise by 2035 so that taxes will be enough to pay for only 75% of scheduled benefits. This increase in costs results from population aging, not because we are living longer, but because birth rates dropped from 3 to 2 children per woman. Importantly, this shortfall is basically stable after 2035. Thank you, Annie. Is basically stable after 2035. Adjustments to taxes or benefits that offset the effects of the lower birth rate may restore solvency for the Social Security program on a sustainable basis for the foreseeable future. Finally, as Treasury debt securities are redeemed in the future, they will be replaced with public debt. If trust fund assets are exhausted without reform, benefits will necessarily be lower with no effect on budget deficits. So, like I said, if nothing is done in 2035, the benefits will drop to 75%. But that's for the foreseeable future. That's when it becomes self-sustainable at 75%. Now, I think we should lift the cap off of Social Security. Right now, it's capped at like 100-something thousand. For some reason, rich people get to pay the same amount of money as upper middle class people. Makes no sense at all. But if we lift the cap, then we'll have enough to fund Social Security for decades and decades to come. Super simple, because it hurts no one, because rich people don't need the money, but it helps everyone. It should be something that 99.9% of Americans are for.
I agree with you on that. I just also am firm in my belief that by the time you and I retire, assuming you're around my age, I'm 29, we will have no Social Security.
Wait. So you're believing something based entirely off vibes right now. That's what you just told me.
Vibes? No, off of everything I've learned my entire life on this subject.
What have you learned that is saying you will have no Social Security?
That we're paying into a system that will run out by the time we retire.
But it will not. It will not. It will run out to the point of 75% at 2035. I just read it to you.
But I'm not retiring in 2035. I'll retire in 2040 or 2045 at the earliest. And that's if I retire when I'm 50. So I'm going to retire when I'm 60 to 70 if I'm lucky.
Okay.
And
again,
by the time I'm 60 to 70,
what you're doing is you're basing your entire life, you're basing your ideology off of just vibes, what people told you. Yes, my neighbor, right now, if I walk outside and I tell my neighbor, hey, do you think I'm going to have Social Security when I'm 65? He's going to say, hell no, of course not. And then I can show him this website and be like, actually, from the Social Security Administration's own calculations, they said that if nothing is done by 2035, it will be stable at 75% replacement rate for the foreseeable future. 75% and 0% are very different. They're actually like 75 percentage points different.
I'm going to be paused, but I'll get you a source. It'll take me 5 seconds, okay?
Okay, perfect.
5 seconds.
Got it? All right, what's the source?
The source is ChatGPT. It confirmed what you said and also confirmed that we have no information on if it's going to pass or not. And it's definitely not looking like it'll be any Social Security for anyone that's around my age who's retiring in 2054.
Okay, so ChatGPT
Agree
confirmed
with
what
you
I said.
that if Congress does nothing, yeah.
Okay, and yet you still believe somehow that there will be nothing by the time we retire.
Correct.
Okay, well, good talk.
Okay.
Serenity now, serenity now. Jamie, thank you for the $10. This guy is an idiot. Please get rid of him. Alhamdulillah. Oh, God. In the schools, I beg. Oh, God. ChatGPT is the vibe check he needed to confirm facts. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Hey, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For anyone that's gifted, thank you all so much. But nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. The only thing I ask for is if you can make sure you're following. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enemy Within, thank you for the paper crane. Miles, thank you for the bubble gum. And who sent the dino? Annie, thank you for the dino. All right, here we go. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey man, what's up?
You go for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Don't boo.
Does it bother you how incompetent this man is?
Does it what?
Does it bother you how incompetent he is?
Does it bother me? Well, truthfully, I thought he was gonna be a bit more competent, but I don't think he's like as bad as you're saying he is.
Thank you, Callisto. Okay. So, Donald Trump did something that should have been common sense to anyone, or to not do, which is he hired a
Okay, okay.
Fox News host with a known drinking problem to be the head of the Department of Defense. And, not surprisingly, something major just happened. Within less than 3 months, Department of Defense accidentally added a journalist to a super secret group chat about an upcoming drone strike. Now, the group chat was being conducted on a civilian messaging app, Signal, which is this is already worse than anything Hillary Clinton ever did with her emails. But the fact that he added someone without security clearance into that group chat is absurd. Donald Trump claimed after his first 4 years, when people asked him, "Hey, how come so many of your administration left? How come only 4 out of 44 people in your previous administration endorsed you?" Donald Trump said, "Well, it was the deep state. This administration, we're only going to hire the best people." And then what does he do? He hires Pete Hegseth, DUI hire. And what's worse is it's not even just his hires that are bad. His fires are bad. He gets into office, and what's he start doing? He just starts firing people that are important. For example, accidentally fired officials working on the bird flu and is now trying to rehire them. This is part of the reason why eggs went up so much. They also accidentally fired people that were in charge of the nuclear stockpile and are trying to rehire them. I'm going to pull that up for you as well. This is not the way a competent adult runs the greatest country on earth, or maybe was the greatest country on earth. This is a reality TV show star narcissist who just cares about himself and doesn't really. He hired based off loyalty, not based off merit.
Okay, so that's why you think he's incompetent?
It's one of the many reasons, yeah.
Okay, so the hiring of Pete Hegseth, right?
Hiring of Pete Hegseth, the firing of very important people in multiple different departments, the constant rewinding of statements and claims, the how many times. So he's contradicting his own press secretary. Press secretary says Elon Musk is not the head of Doge. He says Elon Musk is the head of Doge. He's cool with Elon Musk hiring like just 20-year-old interns to just cut things in our government and then having to roll back some of the statements they make because they're fact checked. He lied about, or he either lied or is dementia ridden. Well, when he said that he didn't sign the alien enemies authorization when he did. Like, what more do we need to see?
So wouldn't you say that him rehiring all these people that he did fire is just him fixing his mistakes, and it should be a good thing?
How many
And it is a good thing.
mistakes? How many mistakes? How many careless mistakes are you going to afford this man who's already been president for? This is not like a simple mistake, right? This is multiple. This is, oops, I fired the people that were monitoring the bird flu and egg prices skyrocketed. Oops, I fired the people that were in charge of the nuclear stockpile. I sure hope there's no war. Oops, I threatened to implement tariffs on our 2 greatest trading partners and accidentally crashed the stock market. Oops, I did that again. Like, how many? How many? Why can't we? If Obama did this, if Biden did this, we'd be murdering them. They'd be calling for their impeachments.
Okay, so the hiring and the firing and the rehiring. Look, what I'd say is that, like, he fired the people that were working on the bird flu, okay, and then egg prices went up, and then he realized that, and then he brought them back in. He was like, okay, yeah, sure, and we'll bring them back in because it's gonna benefit the country. The prices are gonna go down. So he did that, and since egg prices have went down, no one's ever mentioned it because it's just not a talking point anymore. No one can really use it against him.
You know what? That's actually part of the problem. Part of the problem was that a big portion of this country wanted to justify voting for a sexual assaulting felon, racist piece of garbage. And so they said, well, look how high egg prices are. That was a big talking point before the election. Egg prices, egg prices, egg prices. Trump gets in and egg prices hit an all-time high. And all of a sudden now it's not a problem for them.
Okay, so okay, you're saying this like, for the past 4 years when Biden was in office, I wasn't raging on about egg prices. I'm not I wasn't that type of guy. There's many out there, and I think it's like kind of pathetic that they're like supporting Trump now, doing that. But what I would say is that like I don't think we can use that as a defense against Biden because I don't think Biden really did enough.
I don't care too much about defending Biden. It's just that I think people threw Biden under the bus saying that he's too old and he can't run the country, and yet he was able to. He passed bipartisan legislation, something Donald Trump still has never done in his first term and in this term. He never accidentally leaked battle plans. Like, I just think it's so rich that they claim the Democrats are crazy for even supporting Biden in the first place. Oh, he's so old and he stutters. And meanwhile, you guys are supporting like an actual nincompoop.
I don't think that Trump expected, but it was who leaked it was Pete Hegseth, right?
Pete Hegseth was. I think Pete Hegseth was the reason that it happened. I don't think it's.
Yeah, so that's not Trump.
He hired him.
I hope
he
you
hired
understand that.
It's not like he hired somebody that had a very decorated resume and they just happened to make a mistake. No, he chose a guy who everyone's like, hey, maybe don't hire the alcoholic Fox News host. And then he did. And then the alcoholic Fox News host did something really, really dumb. At some point, the buck stops with the leader, right? At some point, you have to give him some responsibility. He always loves pawning off responsibility. But he chose to hire somebody who was not qualified, and now look what happened.
But I think when he does make these good hires, you're still complaining though. Not you specifically, but
Can you name a good hire? I can't even think of a good hire except maybe in his first term. Like I think Mattis was probably a decent hire. You can maybe think of like 2 good hires in his entire first term, and none in this term. Who's a good hire in this term? He hired entirely based off loyalists and loyalty rather than merit. Rubio? You think Rubio's fit to lead the Secretary of State position?
Secretary of State?
Yeah.
I mean, he's capable of it, and he has the background for it. And he's been in the government.
Do you think? Listen, I personally think Rubio is actually the most qualified person in this administration. That's how bad his administration is. Rubio, before being nominated, was on record saying that, in regards to Gaza, saying that he is for funding Israel more. He's, in fact, for Israel annexing Gaza and the West Bank. That alone should be a non-starter for a Secretary of State candidate. Secretary of State candidate should be impartial, should try for diplomacy. He didn't give a fuck about that. He was just pro Israel. That's not what we need in Secretary of State. But
just give me a second.
In the meantime, let me see if I can find the Rubio clip.
Okay, so I mean, here's the thing. So you're saying that like you think he was the best hire, but you also think that it was like really bad. So I don't really like. What are you trying to say?
Rubio is the best hire out of all of the dog shit hires. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So like it's the best pizza at CC's Pizza Buffet, but still it's CC's Pizza Buffet.
Okay, I mean, I just think that like, what has like personally, there's nothing that.
Here, I'm gonna play that clip real quick so everyone knows what I'm talking about. This is the clip. This is 2023, so this is before he was nominated.
Rubio, will you call for
No, I will not. On the contrary. Rubio, are you filming it? I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
So here.
Do you hear the start of it? He says no ceasefire. Listen.
Senator Rubio, will you call for ceasefire?
No, I will not. On the contrary.
No, I will not. That alone, I would think, especially since Trump said his goal was to end that war on day one. I don't know why you would get someone so pro-Israel as your Secretary of State. But again, this is the best of his nominees. That's how
But
bad.
did they not break it? You don't think they were going to break it regardless? Israel.
Whether or not that's the case. Why would
but
you?
Then here's the thing. The thing is you would.
Come on, man.
I keep saying you because I'm not trying to say like you specifically, but you know what I mean, right? When I say you, I don't mean you, but like I mean like people would still be complaining if he signed the ceasefire and then they broke it anyways, and they were like, "Oh, but you didn't do enough."
Okay, how do I put this? Sometimes things happen. Sometimes bad things happen, regardless of the decisions you make. But that doesn't mean we should just make bad decisions. So, for example, the first major airline plane crash in decades happens just days after Elon Musk forces out the head of the FAA, and after Trump and his administration put a freeze on hiring more air traffic controllers. Right now, I'm not saying that he caused that plane crash, but he damn sure didn't help. The COVID-19 response and the effect of it was really bad. And I don't know if him firing the pandemic response team would have had a major effect, but it damn sure didn't fucking help. Well, Israel breaking the ceasefire, maybe Israel would have already done that. But why would you pick such a pro-Israel Secretary of State if you wanted an amicable ceasefire? Trump wasn't at fault for the signal chat. That's not directly Trump's fault. Why would you hire an alcoholic Fox News host? Like, that's the point, okay? Like, you can't just throw away responsibility for you doing things that at best, the best case scenario is neutral. But worst case scenario, bad stuff happens.
So him firing the air traffic controllers, right? You're saying that because he did that, that's why so like you're saying if that didn't happen, if he didn't fire all those people, you think the plane crash wouldn't have happened? What if it still did happen?
Not even you didn't follow anything that I said. You actually didn't follow it.
No,
I said
okay, I did because you said that doesn't mean that he like directly did it, but it doesn't help. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah, you're increasing the odds of bad things happening. That's what I'm saying. Firing the pandemic response team increased the odds that we would have a bad response to a pandemic.
I'm not talking about that. I agree with you on the pandemic.
Okay. Freezing hiring of an already understaffed FAA and forcing out the head of the FAA, it's probably not going to lead to it raises the chances of something bad happening. Do you disagree with that?
No.
No,
like I agree with you. Like I don't disagree.
Yeah. So hiring an alcoholic to be Department of Defense raises the chances that something bad happens. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying his decisions, Donald Trump's decisions as a leader, are so bad that they're at best, the best case scenario is neutral. Not like we're getting anything good out of these decisions. We didn't get anything good about firing the head of the FAA. We didn't get anything good about firing the pandemic response team because these salaries that are being saved, it's not like it's going to us. It's just going to go to the top 1%. They're adding $4 trillion to the deficit with their tax cuts. So like it'd be one thing. It's like, okay, well, yeah, planes are falling out of the sky, but at least we got a $5,000 Doge check. No. It's planes are falling out of the sky. End of period. End of sentence. Oh, pandemic was really bad. Oh, we accidentally leaked war plans. There's no benefit to any of these decisions. Donald Trump's entire presidency, first time and now, is best case scenario, nothing. But worst case scenario, oh man. This is the case for his foreign policy as well. In his first term, we'll just talk about his first term. All right, he moved the embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. This benefited one country. Then that country is not the United States. This only benefited Israel. It was a net negative to Palestine and at best net neutral to the United States. Ended up being a net negative because it stoked the flames of violence and led to October 7th. Hamas cited it as one of the reasons for October 7th. We have him going to North Korea, right? This is at best a net neutral because he met with no preconditions. All right, we're spending taxpayer money, so now we're at a net negative. He continued to do missile tests. Kim Jong-un continued to do missile tests, so net neutral on that one. And he gave Kim Jong-un propaganda material by shaking the hand of the North Korean dictator, saluting a North Korean general. Net negative. All of his foreign policy decisions as well. It's at best case scenario, this is going to be a net negative, net neutral. So, for example, threatening to annex Canada, at best that's a net neutral, right? What's the benefit here? But at worst, we're deteriorating our one of our greatest allies, our relationship with one of our greatest allies.
So, okay, the way I'm going to say this is going to sound weird, but I'll say this. When you say, the annexation of Canada, it's going to be a net neutral for the United States?
No, I'm saying it's a net neutral if nothing happens, right?
Oh,
He just
if best,
threatens it
best
and
case
nothing
scenario.
happens.
Okay. So let's say something happens and they become 51st state, okay? Fucking just somehow. Right? I'm not, I don't want that. That's really dumb, but like, that's not really a net. Just how is that? Tell me how that's a net neutral, though. Or sorry, a net negative or a neutral. Just having Canada as a 51st state.
No.
Because that's a possibility.
No.
You're acting like that's not a possibility, though.
Getting Canada, annexing Canada against their will is a net negative because it's the year 2025 and imperialism should not be something that we're doing. It sends our country and the ideals of our country backwards. That's why it's a net negative. It's a net neutral if it's just, Trump just says stuff and then in 4 years, like nothing happens with Canada. That's a net neutral. But it's going to be a net negative if he acts on it in any way, especially with these tariffs. The tariffs are another great example. Tariffs are going to be a net negative for consumers, middle class and lower class consumers. At best case scenario, some jobs come back and the prices come down a little bit, but they're not going to come down below what they started at. They're just going to come down below their maximum. But when have prices ever come down? Let's be real. No matter what, all of the things he does are either net neutral or net negative. I can't think of a single thing that Donald Trump has done in this term, and maybe only one thing in his first term that was a net positive.
So nothing that you think that he's done so far.
What do you think? What has he done that's a net positive?
Well, okay, so you've mentioned 3 times where he's, not him directly, but there's been firings of people from different departments and then rehirings.
You don't get credit for fixing a mistake you caused. Next.
But it's about, okay, he realized the mistake and now he's going back on it. And
yeah,
you'd rather him like not. You'd rather him just like do the mistake and then not.
I'd rather him not do the mistake in the first place. Like any adult in the room would have done.
You'd rather him.
No other Democrat or Republican that was on the ticket in the past 10 years would have done the incompetent things he's done. I would rather he not have fired them in the first place. You do not get credit. So you know what you're just describing? At best, like I said, at best, net neutral. He fired them, but he rehired them. That's at best net neutral. It's not a positive, right? You agree that's not a positive. Give me a net positive, one that he's done in this term. One.
Well, not off the top of my head. Do you mind if I Google something?
Yeah, let me know what ChatGPT thinks. I can't think of anything.
Come on,
No, I'm not going to use ChatGPT as a source. Don't worry.
Thank you, Graham, for the hat and mustache. All right, you go ahead and Google. I think it's probably a problem if you need to Google to think of one positive thing that the person you're supporting has done. A little bit wild, ask me.
Okay. Actually, never mind. I thought of something, but so what your claim is that nothing he's done so far.
Nothing he has done in this term has been a net positive for this country. That's correct.
So you don't think that deporting illegal immigrants is a good thing? You think that they just...
No, not in the way that he's doing it. No.
Okay. So why and how would you do it? And not how would you do it, but what do you think is a better way to do it?
Okay.
In your eyes.
So this is what I would personally. Okay. So what we already have now is if an undocumented immigrant is convicted of a crime, they're deported, right? We're keeping that. I'm not getting rid of that. We passed legislation that increases security at the border tightens asylum seeking restrictions, but also allows for a pathway to citizenship for the people that are here. Okay? That's what I would do.
Okay, so you mentioned.
Oh, and one more thing, and make it easier for people to legally come here, not have it take 15 years in some cases.
So you mentioned that you would rather not have Trump like make these mistakes and fix them, right? So does that logic not apply to what you just said? Would you rather not have illegal immigrants come here in the first place? You'd rather let them come here and be like, oh, you can become a citizen now, though. I'd rather like not have them come here at all, though.
You don't want legal immigrants either?
No, obviously legal immigration is fine. Illegally is what I'm talking about.
So what I said was, I would make it harder for people to come here illegally, but easier for people to come here legally. That's what I would do.
You just said, but did you not just say, did I mishear you? So you just said,
the people that are already here. So the people that are already here, right? It makes no sense to remove them from this country right now, unless of course they committed a violent crime.
How come?
Great question. So right now, the undocumented immigrants in this country, the illegal immigrants, as you would call them, they are paying taxes. They are paying into our Social Security, our Medicare, and receiving no benefits in return. That's number one. Number two, they are shoring up our labor shortage in certain industries like agriculture.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Nelly, thank you so much for the whale. Thank you so much, Nelly. Number three, they have family. They've started families and are members of society. So deporting them is bad on three fronts. It costs billions to get rid of them. It'll cost us billions in tax dollars, and it's morally reprehensible because you're ripping people from their family members. Sometimes their children, sometimes their brothers, and number four, the way it's being done has led to many human rights violations, even against citizens. We're having citizens and legal residents detained so that they can prove their citizenship. I don't know about you, but I am a citizen, and I don't want to be fucking accosted for my papers because I might have brown skin.
Okay, so they go into the workforce, okay, and then agriculture. You don't think there's so many Americans out there? So the unemployment rate last month was 4.1%. You don't think like at least half those people would want to work those jobs or would like be willing to work those jobs?
No.
No. I think so.
I don't know if you know this, but we don't even want 0% unemployment. We want unemployment to hover around 3 to 4%. So like we're good on unemployment.
So then why is that like a talking point then?
So
the unemployment under Trump now is fine, but you're saying that.
Well, I never. When did I say?
Not you, but the Democrats are always like, oh, but the unemployment. But
what?
It's if you're saying it's fine right now, why is that like a problem?
When has the Democrats said unemployment's a problem right now?
I mean, I've heard many.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna go through real quick. I want to go through why these deportations are a net negative for the country. All right. So, a one-time operation to deport these immigrants would cost at least $315 billion. The $89.3 billion to conduct the sufficient arrests, $167.8 billion to detain immigrants en masse, $34.1 billion on legal processing, and $24.1 billion on removals. The government would have to spend an average of $7 billion per year to conduct 1 million arrests annually. Mass deportation would exacerbate the U.S. labor shortage. In 2022, nearly 90% of undocumented immigrants were of working age compared to 61.3% of U.S.-born population between 16 and 64, making undocumented immigrants more likely to actively participate in the labor force. Losing these working-age undocumented immigrants would worsen the severe workforce challenges that many industries have already been struggling with in the past few years. Mass deportation would hurt several key U.S. industries that rely heavily on undocumented workers. The construction and agriculture industries would lose at least 1 in 8 workers, while in hospitality, about 1 in 14 would be deported due to their undocumented status. Among those industries, certain trades would be hit even harder. Mass deportation would remove more than 30% of the workers in major construction trades, such as plasterers, roofers, and painters, nearly 28% of graders and sorters of agriculture products, and a fourth of all housekeeping cleaners. So, the U.S. would lose out on key contributions undocumented households make to social safety net programs annually, including $22.6 billion to Social Security and $5.7 billion to Medicare. As the U.S. population ages, the loss of these payments would make it increasingly challenging to keep social safety nets solvent. So we are spending money to lose money. Why would we do that?
Okay, so two things. One, shouldn't we hold companies accountable for trying to benefit off of migrant workers and not hire U.S. citizens? And two, if Trump is already cutting Social Security and Medicare, why does it matter if we lose out money on deporting these people?
You know what? That's a good point. That's a great point, actually. If Trump cuts Social Security and Medicare, then who cares?
So who cares if he deports them? That's what I'm saying. Doesn't really matter then. We'll just have more jobs. Open.
I'm just waiting to see if you hear yourself talking.
I'm so
You heard
sick
what you
of
said,
these
right?
people.
Like,
You know,
you're saying, why would it matter if Trump ends up getting rid of Social Security and Medicare? Like, yeah.
No. I'm saying you're using Social Security and Medicare as a talking point for not deporting
It's
illegal
not a talking
immigrants.
point.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Suki. It's one of the many metrics that I'm using to determine the fact that mass deportations are a net negative for this country. Right? Metric number one is how much money they pay into these safety nets. Metric number two is how much money it would cost to remove them. Metric number three is the social cost of removing them in terms of family relationships. Number four is the shortfall of in certain industries for the labor shortage. Number five is the human rights violations for both those undocumented immigrants and for citizens. Like, there's a lot of reasons not to.
I did everything right and they indicted
Okay,
me.
okay.
What is the reason? Can you give me one reason to deport them? Again, if they're not convicted of any crime.
Well, because they're not, like, they didn't deserve to be here. Like someone
Well, how does it negatively affect you? Who gives a fuck?
How does
Give
it
me
negatively affect
one
me?
good reason not to deport them. One good reason.
Okay, so one, they're taking up jobs.
Okay, no, they're not. Our unemployment rate is fine where it is. If you find me the out of work agriculture person, find me the out of work construction person. I'll wait. The industries that they work are not industries that don't have positions available.
Okay, the thing is, my original point was, look, I disagree. I don't think we should be cutting Social Security, Medicare. But my point is, if they're already doing that, then I don't think you should be saying that, oh, we shouldn't deport them because they're going to add to that. If it's being cut, then like they're not really adding to that now, are they?
That's only one of my 5 reasons. That's only one of my 5 reasons. And also, that's if we just concede, yeah, Trump's just going to get rid of Social Security. I don't want to concede that yet. I'm good on conceding that already. I'm good on just throwing away what we've built decades, what we've been building for decades.
Okay, well, you're being sarcastic, and the thing is, like, I don't want that to happen either. So
if you don't want that to happen, and Donald Trump and his administration are pushing for that, sounds like everything has done in his term have been either net neutral or net negative. We are at the same place.
You don't think he's done one positive thing ever?
I asked you, give me one example, and you said, hold on, let me Google, because I can't think of anything. That should tell you something.
Being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Vicky.
Okay, so do you want me to say, okay, sure. The unemployment was really low under him. It was like 3 point something percent. It was like 3.2.
When?
What do you mean when?
You're saying in his first term?
Yeah.
Okay, but it was also at 14% at another point in his first term. Who cares?
Okay, and that's because of COVID.
Oh, okay. Great. All right, so it was lower it was
was
lower during
high.
Biden's first term.
When he got into office, it was like 9%, but by the end of it, it was like 3.6, I think. Probably. So the stock market was high during Trump, under Trump.
Higher under Biden's first term.
You're saying name positive things. You can't just keep saying,
you know what? You're actually right. You're actually right. What did Trump do? What did Trump do to lower unemployment? All right, man.
Wait. Okay.
You were voted out anyway, so Did you come
Wait,
up?
don't kick me out, please.
Miss Sunflower, thank you for the hand heart. Vicky, thank you for the meerkat. Devin, thank you for the naughty chicken and skull apple. Suki, thank you for the naughty chicken. Okay, Kristen, thank you for the dinosaur. Not the begging.
China.
Chelsea, thank you for the panther paws. All right. 1 second. Dan, what gift is the wrong sound? I think it's marvelous confetti, but hang on. It might just be regular confetti. Let me check. Oh my God, wait.
I love Tesla.
You are fake news.
Did they get rid of live on air?
I love the poorly educated.
And what was that? Why did they get rid of these? Hold on 1 second.
Wrong.
Yeah, marvelous confetti is wrong. Okay. Angela's not letting me use live on air for Tesla anymore. We got to do something else. We need to hear some I love Tesla.
I love Tesla.
Which sound? Which gift chat? I don't see it. Yeah, they got rid of live on air. Okay, how about singing magic? You guys have that?
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Oh, that's Money Gun. Thank you, Juan John. Thank you so much. Wait, what was I love the poorly educated? Does anyone remember what gift that was? Because it's gone. Let me get an Obama.
Obama.
All right, we're gonna go to the next cast. I need some brainstorming for.
I love Tesla.
And
I love the poorly educated.
okay, we need 2 gifts for those. Okay, go to the next cast.
They're eating the dogs.
Thank you, Vicky, for the corgi. Donut is too cheap. All right, you know what? All right, we'll do 1 hour of donuts.
Extreme.
Okay, we'll do 5 minutes of donuts on Tesla. Thank you, Hector, for the little crown. Okay, donuts are officially I love Tesla. Is there Everything's Computer? Yes, Everything's Computer is VR goggles.
I love Tesla. 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 I love Tesla.
Bruh. Mistakes were made. Okay, I cut it. We're gonna put it on. We're gonna put it on something else. We're gonna put it on what's Mark of Love? What about I just saw something that was 100 coins. Love you? Love you. Oh, Mark of Love. We could do Mark of Love.
I love Tesla.
Okay, it's on Mark of Love.
Try that mega shit. Try it.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan John. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. Sorry, I got distracted. I
love Tesla.
Thank you, Graham. Well, I might bring back Tesla donuts when we run out of gas. Shauna, thank you so much for the star map. Hold on, I gotta play something for that.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
Thank you so much, Shauna. All right, next guest. Here we go.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Juana. Oh, sorry. Juan Jones, I think. Hi, welcome up. Emerald Dark, you're live. Wait. Chat, I have not had the new follower here. Hey, Dre. I have not had the top 3 likers on the screen this whole time. So I'm about to reveal. You guys have been tapping without any knowledge about who's in the lead. So I'm about to reveal the top 3 likers the first hour and a half. Here we go. I forgot how to do it. Okay. Shout outs to Angie, Mitchell, and Carla. Thank you so much.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Juan John, thank you so much for the galaxy. Hold on, I gotta play the sound effect again because TikTok made the thing start making noise. Hold on. Y'all are too generous today.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you so much for the galaxy, Juan John. Sorry guys, it's Dan's first night going live. Okay, all right. Okay, so Angie, Mitchell, and Carla, thank you so much. I am going to reset the list. And we're going to go to the next guest. I swear we're going to the next guest. All right, here we go. Dan, do the soundbite about the battery and the shark. Not a bad one. I don't have that on the soundboard, though. Where's Marco Rubio today? Oh my god, I forgot. Chat, I'm off my game today. I forgot the like meter. I forgot the patience meter at the start. I forgot the little Rubio. There he is. Dan's overlays aren't overlaying. All right, guest not connecting. We'll go to the next guest. I knew something was off. Have you mentioned how many votes Trump lost to Biden by? Ryle, you know what? I have not mentioned yet that Donald John Trump lost to Joseph Robinette Biden in the 2020 presidential election by 7 million votes. I have not mentioned that yet. Okay, here we go. Next guest. Yes, not connecting.
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
How could you vote for somebody that wants to end Oreos? Imagine losing to a man named Robin. Is there somewhere I can find out each gift sound effect? Yes, it is pinned in the Discord. In the Discord general, it should be pinned in there. If you're not in Discord, though, the only way is to ask, I guess. We do still need a gift for I Love the Poorly Educated, if anyone has any ideas. We're going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Marky Mark and the Fun Bunch?
Oh, is this me?
It is you.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know I requested. I'm so sorry.
Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
I heard. I love what you're doing. I've been on here for a little while.
Appreciate you. Have a good night.
All right. Got you. You too.
Happy Humanist, thank you for the Panther pause. Okay, go to the next guest. Go.
Don't boo, vote.
Obama.
Thank you, Enemy, for the hand heart. We also, I think we have one that, oh my god, I have so many messages on Discord I haven't looked at. I'm so sorry, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Tiny Crown for Poorly Educated, Dan. Right now, Tiny Crown is on soda, and I kind of really like that.
Of a plan.
Thank you, Nicole, for the paper crane. Okay, guess not connecting.
This is an island.
Get out of politics.
Wait, what is that?
Get out of politics.
Oh, that's Bernie. Who said Obama? That's Trump that said Obama. It's so surreal watching the clip because we've heard Obama so many times on the lives. All right, go to the next guest. Here we go. Barbie, can you remind me where that soundbite is? I hear it in my head constantly. I know somebody who has it as their notification tone. Oh my god, guess not connecting. Thank you, Barbie. That someone is Dan. No, it's not. Okay, let me look at these Discord DMs. I got some Rocky Road ice cream. Nice. Oh, Neely, this would have been good, but I'll use it for next time. Okay, guess not connecting. Nobody's connecting. I'm about to end the live. Where do you see yourself in a few years, Dan? I'll answer that after this guest. Hi, welcome up. Luis? Luis? You're live. Bueller? Bueller? Bro, where you been? Haven't seen you on my FYP in so long. I'm not posting as many videos lately. Oh, wait. Hold on. You guys see the video I just posted today, though? Oh, I can't fucking play it. It'll get copywritten on YouTube and Twitch. All right, next guest. Here we go. Solo Leveling is greater than One Piece, Dan. I haven't watched Solo Leveling, so I can't speak on that. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. I've been on here for like 2 hours. I don't understand how the people that argue with you don't take in the information that you're saying in this 2 hours. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I voted for Kamala. I just wanted to talk to you. You're so cool. You like provide actual information and it's so useful because I'm not exactly a debating person, but I could use your stuff when I'm talking to people. It's just nice. It's awesome.
Appreciate
I
you.
still remember the first thing that you mentioned when I joined about the journalist joining a group chat and getting a bomb. What is it called? Where bombings is happening. It's awesome. It's cool.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Have a good night.
You too.
Someone asked me where I was gonna be in a few years. You know those rooms that like the walls have padding? I think after 4 years of this administration, that's where I'm gonna end up. Go to the next guest. Have you ever debated any MAGA content creators? Not big ones. I think I've debated like 1 or 2 MAGA TikTokers, but I didn't know they were TikTokers until after the debate was over. There was okay. Here's some behind the scenes stuff. So I was approached by another content creator recently, to potentially do an organized and scheduled 2v2 debate against 2 right-wing content creators. And it would be my first prepared debate, first official debate. But one of the 2 right-wing guys backed out, so I didn't want a 2v1, and so I said I wasn't doing it anymore. But it would have been cool. Okay, guess not connecting. I'm about to crash out. Figures they're all runners. Oh, wait, Adam Khan talked about it? Adam Khan's the guy I'm talking about. Rodri. I didn't know if it was like public or not. Hi, welcome up.
Howdy, howdy. Hold on, let me tell my wife that I'm live real quick with 674 people in this live chat. Hey, honey, I'm in a debate. I'm just letting you know. I'm live right now with this fine gentleman, Don. How do you say your last name, sir? Dan
Malik.
Malik. Dan Malik, Mr. Dan Malik. How you doing, Mr. Dan Malik?
I'm doing all right.
Right on. Hope you have a good evening. Hope everybody else in the chat's having a good evening. Trump is incompetent. Request if you disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Completely.
Do you think that it was appropriate to hire Pete Hegseth, an alcoholic Fox News host?
Why is Elizabeth Warren still in Congress if she's funneling money into her pockets through taxpayers?
My neck is obliterated from that pivot. I have no idea what has to do with anything.
You just made a statement, so I made a statement. So, I mean, like...
Well, I asked you... No, I didn't make a statement. I asked you a question. I said, do you think it's appropriate for him to hire... Shauna, thank you for the hat and mustache. Do you think it's appropriate for him to hire an alcoholic Fox News host as the Secretary of Defense? And then you said, hey, why is an elected official elected still? That's like an irrelevant question. Number one. It's a non sequitur, number one, and number two, it doesn't answer my question. If you want, we could have a conversation about Elizabeth Warren after you answer my question, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, I think everybody...
Sick of these people. You know.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Man, I think everybody has their issues in life. Like, you're not perfect by any means. I'm sure you've done some wrong things, and you look back on it. Everybody else in the group has done some things that they're not proud of, you know? I mean, I know a lot of good people out there that have issues. They have problems with addiction, drug abuse. There's all in alcoholism. You know, people have issues drinking, and
yeah, I just
have all kinds of different types of addictions, and sometimes that's their crutch, man. I don't know.
That's fine. Why did we nominate him as the head of the Secretary of Defense?
I didn't nominate him. He got nominated. You know, Trump put him up there.
Trump nominated him, and you voted for Trump, right?
I did vote for Trump. I did. Yes.
Yeah. So
I didn't know Pete. You know, I didn't know he's going to be up there. But I don't think he's doing an absolute terrible.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying you're incompetent. I'm saying Trump is incompetent because Trump chose to nominate an alcoholic Fox News host instead of somebody qualified, and we're already seeing the results of that.
I don't know if he's incompetent. Like he hosts like interviews all the time.
I'm sorry. He added a random journalist to an unsecure group chat about a drone strike. So if Joe Biden had done this, they would have launched him to Mars.
Okay, my question is, well, I don't know, but like, so what are his credentials? So you're nailing him on this, right? So what is his credentials?
He's a veteran.
What has he done right?
He's a veteran.
What
end of list? That's the end of his credentials. The rest of his credentials are: he's an alcoholic, he's a Fox News host, he beats women. I'm pretty sure he has domestic violence charges. You know what his credentials are in regards to? You know what his credentials are in regards to Trump? Why Trump hired him? Because Trump doesn't hire based off merit; he hires based off loyalty.
You can't buy loyalty, man. I'm just saying, you can't buy that. It's hard to find people that are loyal to anything nowadays. Loyalty that's a big thing. I mean, you're loyal. That's a big thing.
Well, given that your goal as president should be to do what's best for the country, not what's best for you. You should be hiring based off of who will do the best for the country, not who will do the best for you.
I think he is. I think, getting rid of all the DEI hires in the military, cutting down all the bullshit. I mean, I think he's doing a lot of good things.
Can you tell me what a DEI hire in the military is?
The way my perspective, and I may be incorrect. Okay, so you can correct me. From my perspective, you're hiring on the basis of maybe where they're from, the color of their skin, or to hit a certain margin. So we have 20% black people, we have 25% white people, 25% Latino. You're just making everything, and you're not actually hiring people based off their merit and what they know.
That was a close election, chat. Oh my god. Yeah. So what you're describing is kind of like affirmative action, but still not really, because you're saying that people could be unqualified and get the job. That's not the case with affirmative action, but certainly has nothing to do with DEI. Do you think the military is like refusing white people?
No, not necessarily, but I was in the military, so people were put into positions like, well, we had search and rescue, right? And I was a part of that, and I did search and rescue. I did maritime law enforcement as well.
Thank you for your service.
I appreciate you, man, and I appreciate everybody in the chat. Y'all gotta relax, man. We can't, y'all can't just be 100% hateful. I'm sorry, I don't know what DEIR is. I told him from my perspective, and he corrected me, so that's good. That's awesome. He's on this. How many followers do you have? Right, so I'm not like a lot. I don't do this for a living, guys. Like I try not to focus on all this bull crap all the time. All this divide and hate. I mean, I think we have more in common than we have to divide us. To be honest with you, I mean, we're all human here. We all have lungs, heart, eyes. We all see. Like I wish we have a little bit more love and peace. But it seems that Trump and Biden cause more divide than anything.
How did Biden cause divide?
Get him the hell out of here, will you, please?
Thank you, Alter.
Do what?
How did Biden cause
divide? I mean, he just didn't. Oh, dude.
Because I can tell you how Trump caused divide.
He was incompetent. He couldn't even have to be honest with you, like everybody, the reason Trump got it, because Kamala and Biden had just a terrible presidency. I mean,
What'd they do wrong? What'd they do wrong? Give me specifics.
I mean, shit. He was wasn't he at like a military ceremony or something? He shit himself. He like stutters his freaking words. I mean, he's a joke.
So sick of these people.
Biden's a joke. He's a joke, man. He's bad.
I have never heard an example of Biden. So for what Biden did wrong in his first term, him shitting himself. I have never heard that as an example. That is a first for me.
He fell off his bike.
He fell off his bike. So he fell off his bike. So that means we're going to hire the reality TV star.
And then they asked him,
the felon, the convicted felon. Oh, Joe Biden fell off his bike. Let's vote for the convicted felon, guys. Let's vote for the guy who was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Biden fell off his bike. Let's vote for the guy who fired the pandemic response team, and then we had a pandemic. Let's vote for that guy.
So his son's out here hiring prostitutes, taking money from China and all these other countries and everything else.
What does his son have to do? I didn't vote for Hunter, but Hunter Biden wasn't president.
You don't think his son used him as a route with him being VP? You don't think there's a little bit of shady shit going on? I mean, critical thinking, brother. You got to think about these things.
Yeah. So if that Republicans investigated this and found nothing, you know that, right?
Whoa.
You know Republicans investigated this and found nothing?
And you're really going to sit here and say, yeah. Something's hiding. They won't let them.
Why didn't the Republicans find anything when they investigated it?
It's just like the JFK files after how many years? There's still documents that Trump didn't release. I mean, we got whole Trump on that shit too.
Yeah, he didn't release the Epstein files. I'm waiting for those.
He released the Epstein files. And I'm sure shit about Biden and Biden's son that isn't ever going to be released because they're the ultra class, and we're all middle class, lower class here in this chat together, hanging out.
Bro, you voted for the ultra class. You voted for the billionaire who is backed by the billionairiest billionaire. Like, so you literally voted when people say like it's not left versus right, it's up versus down. You voted for the up.
Back into the company, into our country right now, so people, middle class, low class, can actually get jobs that they can actually make a living off it.
All right. Well.
That's a big deal.
You survived the first two. You survived the first two votes, but you have officially been dino-yeeted.
Dino-yeeted. What does that mean?
I'll show you.
Obama.
Thank you, Happy Humanist, for the hand heart. Thank you, Ricardo, for the dinosaur. Thank you, Alter Ego, for the boxing gloves. Thank you, Ricardo, for the other dinosaur. Damn, all three dinosaurs.
That's a damn lie.
Third time's the charm, huh, Ricardo? Alter, thank you for the cap. Maybe his wife debates better. By the way, what happened to that check we're supposed to get? You know what's funny about that check? That is the actual funniest thing Elon's ever said. Like, Elon wishes he was funny. He tries so hard. Trump, listen, I hate the guy. He's evil, heartless, terrible person who's bringing the country backwards. But at least he's funny. Elon Musk tries so hard to be funny. But the funniest thing he's ever done was say that we were going to get a $5,000 check from Doge. That shit was, yeah, okay. I am become meme. Yeah, no, that statement, me watching that and hearing it with my eyes and ears, took at least 6 months off my life. Trump isn't funny, though. I think he's funny. Listen, you can't tell me that
Everything's computer.
Like,
They used magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up. They used magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
I don't know, bro. He's funny. He's funny. Whether it's intentional or not, he's funny. It sucks because he could have just been, if he had just continued to be, he could have been the, you know what he could have been? He could have been the next Joan Rivers, right? He's sassy. He's quick on his feet with humor. Like, he could have just interviewed celebrities, made jokes, and everyone would have loved him. But instead, he chose to become an authoritarian dictator. So it sucks. It's wasted talent, frankly.
Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
He's the Michael Scott of America. Time with Trump would probably go crazy. Yeah, I'm telling you. If it's just hearing Trump gossip, but not roll back human rights. Oh my God. What that's Earth 1. We're living on Earth 2 right now. We went off the path when Harambe died. Okay? That was Earth 1. All right. We'll go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
What's up, dude?
Oh no, I remember you.
Man, hey, it's been a long time.
Has been a long time.
Hey, is that me echoing or you?
That's you.
I'm so sick of these people.
Yeah.
Well, hey, add me right back, dude. I don't want to hear that echo.
Okay, that instant dino is crazy. Hold on. Someone said he's more like Trump is more like David Brent than Michael Scott because Michael Scott is a little bit redeemable. I kind of agree with that. Yeah. David Brent was just a fucking scumbag. Ricardo, thank you for the dino. We'll vote on it in a sec.
Are we better?
Testing. Are we better?
I don't think so.
Damn.
I mean, it sounds. If you're cool with it, I'm cool with it.
I don't hear anything. It's just on your end.
All right, fuck it then. We're good. So what's the word, dude? I don't think I talked.
Blair? The deep state get you? Hello? I didn't mute. He's not muted on my screen. Oh, he probably got a notification from the Signal chat about the next drone strike. Give him a second. He needs to weigh in on what we're doing with the Houthis. He's winning the election. Now we just need him to say words.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Alter Ego.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That's why he won the vote, because he wasn't talking.
Hey, my bad, dude. People only like to call me when I get on live.
Wait, chat. The dodging the dino strat. Just don't say anything until the dino vote's over and then come back. He's reinventing the game. Okay, welcome back.
Oh, yeah, my bad, dude.
Okay, so...
yeah, what I was saying, I ain't talked to you, the last time I talked to you was before the election, dude.
I'm so
yeah,
sick of these people. You know?
Yo, Ricardo is not having any of it. Yeah, okay, so have you seen the news about Pete Hegseth and the Signal chat?
What?
So the DUI hire for the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, had an unsecure group chat regarding our battle plans for a drone strike on the Houthis, and he accidentally added a journalist to that group chat.
Okay, and what do you want from me out of that?
Does that not scare you?
Or did he accidentally fucking copy the journalist into the email?
It wasn't an email. It was a group chat. He had
Oh
access
well,
to. He had
I
access
mean,
to the
but okay,
entire battle plan
so listen.
I'm so sick of these people.
and the double.
You know,
You just told me, he accidentally did it. So I mean, what the fuck do you want me to say about that?
Well, the caption here is that Trump is incompetent. Trump hired an alcoholic Fox News host to be the head of the military of the greatest country on earth, the greatest military to ever exist.
Come on, Dan, man. You got to be real, like Carmelo. Like Carmelo wasn't over there chugging beer on the West Coast. She's a drunk herself, dude. And you voted for her.
I don't think I've ever seen Kamala consume alcohol in my life. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well, you must ain't watching no TV.
All right. Well, you were voted out. Do you have any final words to say?
I was what?
Alter Ego, thank you for the dino. Ricardo, thank you for the dino. Yeah, is that person serious? Are they a real person? Laughing emoji if you think they're a real person. Crying emoji if you think they were trolling. They were like playing a character. Laughing emoji, real person. Crying emoji, trolling. Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. He had posted a pic at home with one wine glass with family. The right started calling her drunk after that. Oh my God. Okay.
oh brother, this guy stinks.
We need a gift for that. And it was after the election? Oh, perfect. I have seen Kamala drink a beer with Big Gretch. Nice. Okay. Add sound alert. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Dan, it was Toe Mater, definitely real. Yo, y'all want to replace the dino sound? We could do that. Okay, we're voting. That's how democracy works. This is an important vote, all right? Nobody sit out this election. Laughing emoji to replace the dino sound. Crying emoji to find a different gift. Laughing emoji to replace the dino sound. This is the current dino sound.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
That's Stephen A. Smith. Okay? And the replacement would be...
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Wait, is that a dino sound for Stephen A? All right. Stephen A. It's been a long road. Hold on. All right. Well, since we already played copyrighted music for YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and ascend. I
love Kessler.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Ricardo, for the dinosaur as well.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you all. There you go. Someone, for the love of God, tell me where the sound is from. I can't put my finger on it. It's the Dan Malik live Ascension sound. No, I'm kidding. It's the Super Saiyan Blue theme from Dragon Ball Super. Good night, Underdog. Okay. So the official new Dino sound is.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
And all we need is a new sound for this.
I love the poorly educated.
Because they got rid of whatever gift that was. Okay, next guest. Ooh, okay, I need... Real quick before that guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. TikTok might get banned on April 5th, which is next Saturday. So make sure you're following on Twitch and YouTube as well. Links are in my link tree in my bio. This is an amazing community, okay? I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to chat, but everyone's super funny and super awesome. And you're not going to want to miss out on these lives, whether we're on TikTok or whether we're on YouTube or Twitch. So definitely make sure you're still following other locations. We are going to go to the next guest right now. I do want to say there are a lot of new people here, okay? And the people that are here new tonight, you're learning about some of the things about the live. You're learning about Little Marco and the gift sounds and the Ascension. There's a big one, okay, that might happen tonight. We might be doing a crab rave tonight, okay? There's two reasons we do crab raves. Either number one, we hit 1 million likes, which I'm not holding my breath. But number two, if we hit a milestone in followers. We are less than 200 followers away from 95,000. So if we can get 200 followers before the end of the live, we're going to be doing a crab rave. All right. Going to the next guest. Here we go.
What's up?
What's going on?
Your graphic is funny.
You like it?
Oh man, who's the guy on the right? Who's that supposed to be?
That's Joseph Robinette Biden, the last good president we ever had.
So you say Trump? You got Trump is incompetent and he's crying, and Biden's sitting there leaving an ice cream cone. So if you think Trump's incompetent, so I guess you probably should have that on top of Biden's head too as well.
Biden's old, stutters, but he didn't make any like major strategic defense mistakes like this administration does. Jada, thank you for the sub. He didn't accidentally fire the people that were in charge of monitoring the bird flu and then try to rehire them. He didn't accidentally fire the people that were in charge of the nuclear stockpile and then try to rehire them. He didn't accidentally crash the stock market twice, threatening tariffs. He's playing hokey pokey with the tariffs. We're going to do tariffs. We're not going to do tariffs. We're going to do tariffs. We're not going to do tariffs. That's how it's all about.
Falling down the stairs of airplanes. And,
I would rather my president fall down the stairs than have the economy fall down the stairs.
Answer for him, and his poor little press secretary was just about to go nuts because he would never come out and do interviews.
I'm so glad you brought up the press secretary. Donald Trump is literally contradicting his own press secretary. She's saying,
"Oh, brother, this guy."
Yo, Ricardo doesn't want any debates tonight. She's saying that Trump
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
caffeined with the Galaxy save. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
You good?
Contradicting the own press secretary.
How's that? Because sometimes in leadership that happens when you're.
Wait, I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought.
Sometimes that happens.
No, the dinos cooked me.
Situation.
Now I'm Biden.
No. When Biden was in, he didn't have to worry about contradicting his press secretary because he didn't know how to talk to her. So it was easy. There was no 3 or 4 people's things had to go to. It just came straight from his people to her. So I just thought it's funny that graphic's up there. And
oh yes, okay. Thank you. So his press secretary said that he signed the alien enemies authorization. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says that he didn't sign it. His press
Windmills are
secretary said
driving
that
the
Elon
whales
Musk.
crazy, obviously.
Epic Tickle, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. His press secretary said that Elon Musk is not the head of Doge. Donald Trump said that Elon Musk is the head of Doge. So either he's lying and she's telling the truth, or he's so incompetent that he doesn't know.
No, that's that. Come on now, that's reaching. That's a pretty hard reach.
Okay, so
that's a reach. Incompetent would be more like, I forgot my name, and I got to the podium.
Okay, so what about when Donald Trump mixed up Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi? What about when Donald Trump mixed up E. Jean Carroll and his ex-wife? E. Jean Carroll, by the way, the person he sexually assaulted. Do those count?
No, not really.
Oh, so just forgetting your own name, but forgetting other people's names is good.
Is that the only two you can bring up?
How many do I need? Wait, how many do I need?
Can you come up with at least 15? Because you can go on YouTube and you can find whole reels of
Nikki Haley,
Joe
Nancy
Biden screwing up stuff.
Pelosi. Nikki Haley, Nancy Pelosi. Tim Apple. Okay. We have E. Jean Carroll and his ex-wife. Someone said windmill cancer.
That's a reach.
Oh, we have what was that guy's name? Nicky Jam, where he thought it was a woman. It was actually not. We have Tesla instead of Tesla. 9/11 and 7/11. We had when he thought there were planes in the Revolutionary War.
That's a reach. I'm still gonna say that Joe Biden screwed up.
As are Asians.
We're far worse. Because it was the fact that when you needed Joe Biden to come to a podium and actually talk and speak to people, he wouldn't even do that. Where was he at?
Everything's computer.
I would say, honestly, I really do believe that if COVID would have never happened, and it's shoulda, coulda, woulda, and all that stuff, but I don't think he would have got elected.
I love Tesla.
Thank you,
traditional election cycle where he had to go around, do debates, or do debates, do more speaking, kind of like how things are now.
Do you know that Donald John Trump looked directly into a solar eclipse? You know that, right?
I mean,
that was in his first term.
That's his business. If you want to look at solar eclipses and burn his eyes up, he can do whatever he wants. That's his business. I wouldn't do it, but if he wants to do it, then so be it. Let him do it.
Okay. Would you say it's reasonable for someone to look at the person that is on the ballot, right? Candidates on the ballot. Looking at one of them. Okay, well, probably really stupid. It's his right, but it's really stupid to look at a solar eclipse. It's really stupid to say that injecting a disinfectant could kill COVID. Really stupid to say that there were planes during the Revolutionary War. Really stupid to bring up Arnold Palmer's penis at a political rally. I don't know how that would even come up. At some point, you got to be like, damn, that guy's just fucking stupid.
No.
And that's if, by the way, that's just if we ignore all the other stuff. 34-time felon, tried to overthrow the government, civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade. If you know everything else, ignore all that. And just look at it. Look at the man. Oh, this guy's dumb as bricks.
I think that's why, I really do think that's why he's so popular amongst people. And some people hate him is because people screw up. Nobody's perfect. And
I have never accidentally tried to overthrow the government. I've also never sexually assaulted anyone. The bar should be a little bit higher for the president, I think. The bar should be a little bit higher.
But you think about the last 20, 30 years or whatever.
Dino vote successful. Ricardo, thank you for the dinosaur. Go on to the next guest. Nobody's perfect. Sometimes you get blown out. Also, for the people that were saying Isaac Neutron, that was AI. That one's not real. Hey, Polly, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Sorry, I had so many other things to help you name for things that Donald Trump has screwed up. Magnets don't work underwater. That was a good one. When his teleprompter went off at NRA and he froze for 35 seconds.
Oh, that's what you were talking. You said when he froze at NRA. I didn't know what that meant. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. When he redrew the path of the hurricane, We can't
when
forget
he
about that one.
claimed he left office in March of 2020, 9 months before he left office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you were telling that guy. At some point, you just have to sit up and admit it. Like the he's not all there. Like when he for I think for about 2 years thought that asylum seeking was Mexico emptying their asylums and sending their people here.
He might still think that because he still brings it up. It's still one of his talking points that they're emptying their prisons and even their insane asylums. When in reality, so we tracked down one time we were on live and we're like, where did he get this? And we tracked down where the emptying the prisons claim came from. It originated from I want to say it was Venezuela. It was a South American country that had a big protest and they arrested all of the protesters. Maybe it turned into a riot. I'm not sure. Then they decided to not press charges on any of them and release them all. And so that led Trump to saying that they're releasing their prisons into our country. But there was no evidence that they were releasing, that anyone, any country, anywhere in the history of time was emptying their insane asylums and sending them to the United States. So I genuinely think he might think that asylum seeking is people from insane asylums.
They're eating the dogs.
I don't know if he still does or not, but I know for at least a good year and a half, that's exactly what it was. Like, there's no way because it would almost be in correlation. Someone would bring up asylum seeking, and they'd be like, "Yep, all these countries are just emptying their asylums." And he's like, he really doesn't get it. I think that he may have just actually learned what a tariff is. Like, if you want to be completely honest, I think just in this term, like it's actually gotten through his head what a tariff is.
Oh, the worst is that freaking I was watching the press conference where she said that a tariff is a tax on the country, and the reporter said, "Have you ever paid a tariff? Because the tariff is a tax on the importing company." And she said something along the lines of like, "I think it's inappropriate for you to question my knowledge about economics at a press conference." Like, you just lied to the American people openly.
Well, and here's the one. This is actually a thing I'll give Trump. I will give him like a pass on one thing. I think Caroline Levitt's actually stupider. I think. Okay, like I think that she's actually dumber. Like this woman has no business. This woman shouldn't have a microphone at a karaoke stage. Okay, like I don't know how she became press secretary, but every time I hear her,
DEI, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Because every single time I hear her, she's saying some other crazy thing, and like you said, I don't know if she's just not in the loop on what Trump is doing, but she says something, and then Trump comes out and says the exact opposite, and then she just like maybe she's either stupid or they're just not telling her anything, and she's just left in the dark all the time and trying to play it off. I don't know. They just told her to go act confident, and she would figure it out. But
hold on, I got something for this. So, comparing our current press secretary to the last press secretary, he has multiple degrees, was a political analyst on NBC News and MSNBC, worked at various different organizations for MoveOn.org, deputy campaign manager, senior advisor to Joe Biden in the 2020 campaign, speaks 3 languages, softball scholarship at St. Anselm College, Trump's assistant, MAGA spokesman, violated campaign finance laws and never paid, married a 60-year-old multimillionaire at the age of 27.
Good job. Good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I tell everyone, like I tell everyone all the time, I was like, I hope all of you guys run for president. Every single, like, all just consider me for press secretary when you guys get in. That's all I want. Just that's the only job I want, is to just talk to the press about how good you guys are doing and be able to get all sassy and snappy with them every day. That's like my whole goal in life, is to be somebody's press secretary. So Dan, make sure you become the president so I can jump in. Sound good?
I will see what I can do. Listen, I've already said I have no problem with becoming president. I just don't want to run for president. Oof.
Right.
Does not sound fun.
Yeah, that whole like they dig through every part of your life. Not saying I got any big skeletons, but they always find everything. So like you never. They're like, he stole a candy bar when he was 7 or something. I'm like, damn, I did do that, huh?
Yeah,
Shit,
he has really low quality YouTube thumbnails.
All right, Dan, I just want to come up and say hi, man. You have a good one, all right, brother?
You as well. Have a great one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, before you leave, if anyone's not following Poly Politics, he's like me, but smarter.
No, yes, respond to me. I'm more angry. I think that's what.
Yeah, his
Better.
patience meter starts at a 4.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man.
All right, later,
Have a
man.
good night. Okay, here we go. Going to the next guest. Discord. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, welcome up.
Hi, how's it going?
Going right. How are you?
I'm pretty good. So, what you're debating? Trump is incompetent. Incompetent. Are you willing to have like an open mind discussion, or are you more of those debaters who doesn't really listen to the other person and like, doesn't have an open mind?
I am willing to have a discussion.
Okay. And then what's your like I don't really know you. I just kind of saw this live. Like what's your background? Like do you know like so I have a better understanding.
American flag.
American flag. Okay. So what's your biggest biggest thing with Trump, you think?
My biggest thing with Trump?
Yeah, like what's your biggest disagreement?
Oh man. Probably when he tried to overthrow the government, I would say. When he lost an election by 7 million votes and then pressured his vice president Mike Pence to break his duty to the Constitution to anoint him leader. That's probably my number one.
I agree that the whole situation was terrible. Do you think that election was run correctly?
I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. Do you think Joe Biden was the most voted president of all time?
Yes. Do you want me to tell you?
Why is that?
Yeah.
Was there anything that weird about that? You think?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Thank you, Ricardo. Okay, so there are a few major factors as to why Joe Biden was the most voted for candidate of all time. Factor number one. Coffee with the save. Thank you for the galaxy. Factor number one is he was up against a historically unpopular president, especially in his last year. Factor number two is that this was during a pandemic, which means there were more people mail-in voting. Factor number three, and this also explains why he won by so much, why he won by such a big margin, is that his opponent actually had marbles for brains because he told his base to not vote by mail and vote in person, which is contrary to every possible expert's opinion on this. You always want people to vote early and vote often, not wait until the last day. If somebody could vote by mail, somebody could vote early, you always want voters to do that because you never know. It could be snowing on the day. It could be raining. You could be sick, especially with COVID. And Trump encouraged his voters not to vote by mail. There were several factors that led to this election win. It's also population is growing over time. No matter what, that record's going to be broken by another candidate, and that candidate might not be. I know the argument that right wingers have all the time is like, you really think Biden got more votes than Obama? It's like, yeah, I'm not saying Biden's more popular than Obama, but yes, he did get more votes, and there's no reason to believe otherwise.
Yeah, I agree the election was run fairly, but do you think there's any type of chance of fraud with mail-in ballots? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but there is no evidence to show there was widespread voter fraud.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my biggest thing with that whole election was more the mail-in ballot whole system because other countries have banned mail-in ballots, such as France, Germany, just for this reason of fraud. So maybe I think potentially that fraud was a not big indicator. I believe Joe Biden won the presidency, whatever, and I know that January 6th was a terrible thing. But I don't think Trump really had a doing on the whole January 6th thing. I think it was more the MAGA movement. I mean, you may say that it was led by Trump in a sense.
The fake elector plot was all Trump and his lawyers. Like, I'm not even talking about the riot. Like when Trump voters broke in and smeared shit on the walls, I don't even have to talk about that. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I think that was terrible too with him with finding me votes and everything. I think that it's all terrible in a sense. But I think there was reason for the American public on that side to believe that there was something fishy going on.
Yeah, because their cult leader lied to them and told them that there was something fishy going on. That's why.
Yeah, but you can also think as a reasonable person that, I mean, the most votes ever in an American election, way more than there was this year, even though all the stigma about how big this election was going to be. Because I think the last election was way bigger than the Joe Biden-Trump election by far.
I don't know what that's based off of, but I'm glad you brought up damn chat. Something wrong with my brain tonight. I don't know what it is. Oh, you said a reasonable person, right? You said a reasonable person might. I'm glad you brought up reasonable person because his lawyers, right, in regards to the fake elector plot, Sidney Powell, to defend herself in court, said no reasonable person would believe what I'm saying. His other lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, said I have the First Amendment right to lie. If you looked at the evidence in front of you, I'll give you the evidence before January 6th, right? I'm a reasonable person. I voted for Trump. That's kind of an oxymoron, but reasonable person voted for Trump. Okay, this is what's in front of me. His lawyers admitted that they lied. Okay.
Yep.
They did audits and recounts in all 7 swing states. Most of those swing states have Republican legislatures. All 7 of those audits and recounts certified that there was no widespread voter fraud. Trump and his allies launched 64 court cases, and he lost 64 out of 64 court cases. Many of the court cases, they wouldn't even actually go through with it because they recognized that it was bullshit. And we have that with the Rudy Giuliani thing with the tubs of votes. He admitted in court that he lied, but it's his First Amendment right to lie about the tub of votes.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So reasonable person, 64 out of 64, 7 out of 7. Every single person around him, his Attorney General Bill Barr, the Secretaries of State, all told him he lost the election. Behind the scenes, he admits he lost the election. And you're still gonna break into the Capitol? No reasonable person would have done that. The only people
I think that whole
did
situation was terrible.
The only people that did that were people that could not handle reality. Because to be a Trump voter in the year 2020, it means you have to ignore reality. So
I agree. But do you think that the Democrats also had something to do with hiding information during that election as well?
Can you elaborate?
Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh, okay. I can answer that in 1 second. So the Hunter Biden laptop had nothing to do with Democrats. The FBI, who had a Republican head, approached Facebook and said, this has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. In less than 24 hours, the FBI went back to Facebook and said, never mind, it's good. Go ahead and post it. If not being able to see Hunter Biden's massive schlong is enough to call it election fraud in less than 24 hours, then I don't know what to tell you. It's just it's not comparable. It's Donald Trump has been lying about that election for years now, versus less than a day where the FBI was like, hey, I think this might be Russian disinformation. Nope, never mind. Headed by a Republican. Has nothing to do with Democrats. So yeah.
Oh, but they proved it wasn't Russian disinformation after the fact. Is that not problematic?
In
because it was true.
Than 24
they
hours.
Knew it was true though.
In less than 24 hours, when it dropped, they said this has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. In less than 24 hours, they affirmed that that it's not Russian disinformation, and it went back up.
What day was that affirmed? Do you know, like for a fact, or could you
it was
look
the very next day? The very next day.
The very next day. So during the election cycle and everything.
I mean, the election cycle was like a year and a half long. So yes, it was during the election. It was a very long election cycle.
I mean, that would have definitely influenced voters because that still was still proposed during the whole. I don't really believe.
Nope, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Hunter Biden laptop not being in your eyeballs for 20 hours did not influence the election whatsoever. This was not the day before the election. This was months before the election. Miss me with that.
Because even during the debates, he brought the laptop, and even the moderators were like, "This is not a true fact." Like, it was like he denied this whole thing, even though I think this is pretty big evidence. Well, he is a crooked guy. Joe Biden's definitely a crooked guy.
Even if this is the case, can you tell me what in the Hunter Biden laptop what does it have to do with Joe Biden? Let's say the whole thing's real. Hunter Biden does drugs with prostitutes, right? Has a massive cock. What does it have to do with Joe Biden?
What about the Burisma? Him working at Burisma and his messages saying that I'm with the big man, and if you don't do if I say, my father will be upset, and all this stuff, and him getting money. Like how I don't know. It's just
not
like it's
what
all
that said. That is not what that said.
In Burisma, the whole.
If you don't do what I want, my father will be upset.
There is a message where I saw where he said, I'm sitting next to my father, and then they're basically talking about a business deal.
Okay, hold on. I'm having trouble hearing you. Okay, there we go.
Oh, you put the tinfoil. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. I mean, just saying, it's a little weird, isn't it?
No, not really. Also, you know what? Here's the problem. Even if I grant you that Hunter Biden was using his connection to the vice president to influence some kind of business deal, even if I grant you, I just ignore the fact that you're misconstruing what that said. Even if I grant it for you, it still doesn't even come close to the amount of corruption in the Trump administration. Just look. He's the only president in decades to not divest from his own businesses. He was charging us, the taxpayer, money to golf at his own resorts. He was charging us, the taxpayer, money to have political meetings with other leaders at his resorts. That alone should be.
Weren't we also paying for Biden's trips back to his summer house as well? Like we were still like every president has their own personal expenses of doing whatever.
This is so different. Okay, every president, yes, gets to fly back to their house. This is his business that he makes money off of. We weren't paying Joe Biden's house. I don't understand how you could even do that whataboutism. Like, Trump made millions of dollars off the U.S. taxpayer.
He made money off the U.S. taxpayer. That's what you're trying to say.
You didn't listen. Yeah, you didn't listen to what I said.
I'm listening to you about golf, but that's personal.
Well, you didn't follow it then. Donald Trump did not divest from his businesses, meaning that he still had ownership of all of his businesses, like Mar-a-Lago. So when Donald Trump the taxpayer pays for presidents to have their golf trips. If Donald Trump golfs in his own resort, then the American taxpayer is paying Donald Trump to golf at his resort. Does that make sense?
Okay. That makes sense that he's paying money with taxpayer dollars to his own money for his own financial gain. I get what you're saying there, 100%. Okay, I agree with that standpoint. Obviously, you shouldn't be doing that, but also I think Biden was doing shady shit the whole time too. You know?
No. I gotta stop you because the whole reason I brought it up is I said even if I grant you every single conspiracy theory about Biden, it still doesn't compare to it doesn't pale in comparison to the real things about Donald Trump. So I'm granting it to you. You know what? I'm granting it to you. Everything you've heard about Biden, true. I just granted it. Still not even close to Donald Trump's corruption. Like, do you know how bad of a president you have to be to try to steal the election? Like that's,
I think it's a terrible thing. I disavowed it entirely. You know, as a conservative,
And you're worried about Biden somehow influencing Hunter Biden's job in Burisma. Donald Trump literally hired his children. He put his son-in-law in a position of power, unelected official.
Yeah, that's just politics in general, you know.
No, it's not. It's not. We haven't had an administration that corrupt since Grant. That's not politics. That we just put our family members in charge of important political positions.
What do you think about Trump now, though? Do you think he's doing a terrible job?
Yeah, I think I would take 2016 Trump over 2024 Trump any day of the week. Oh my God, he's doing way worse now. Way worse.
What are your biggest points that you hate right now that he's doing? The tariffs?
So not only the tariffs, but his actually, hold on. I'm not doing my shirt justice. We'll get to that in a second. My shirt says no pivots without concessions. So do you concede that even if everything that that you've heard Joe Biden do, he did, do you concede that Donald Trump is more corrupt?
More corrupt?
Yeah.
I mean, the corruption is based on a hypothetical scale of corruption of him. Your biggest corruption was him playing golf at golf courses. Well, I'm talking about international business deals.
Yeah. No. That was not his biggest corruption. The biggest corruption is not him taking taxpayer money and putting it into his own pocket. It was trying to steal the election through fraud.
Okay.
It was hiring his own family members. It was not divesting from his businesses who do business with Russia and Saudi Arabia. If you want to bring up international politics.
Okay, but how about the DOJ? How about Biden influencing the DOJ to go after Trump for different...
if you have a single piece of evidence that Biden influenced the DOJ to do that, I will end my live right now.
No, that's tinfoil cap. But, in a sense, he still kind of went after a political opponent.
No. You have no evidence that he did that. If you can provide a single evidence of that, I will become a Republican tomorrow. I will start licking as many boots as you want. There was no evidence that Biden influenced the Department of Justice to go after Trump, go after his political opponents. By the way, you're allowed to go after your political opponents when they broke the law, when they tried to overthrow the government. I'm sorry. I would like people who try to overthrow the United States of America and try to throw away the Constitution. I think they should be prosecuted. I'm sorry. You don't just get to be like, oh, I'm a political opponent, so I can do whatever I want.
Why wasn't he prosecuted though?
He was.
If he really incited insurrection, he couldn't run for office.
He wasn't prosecuted for insurrection. He was prosecuted for defrauding the United States and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
Okay.
Defrauding the United States, by the way, is a big one for president. Ooh,
yeah, it's a big one. It was like the 40 different felonies or whatnot.
No, that's totally different. So the January 6th stuff, he got charged, but he didn't get convicted because they didn't have the trial. The trial was after the election. He won the election, and the Justice Department has an ongoing rule where they don't prosecute sitting presidents. The only reason that he was not convicted for trying to defraud the United States when he tried to steal the election. The 34 felonies is something separate. It's shouldn't that give you pause that like there's so many lawsuits against him and so many felony charges that you're mixing them up? Like that alone, you should be like, damn, this guy isn't it.
Okay, I will agree with your T-shirt. Conceded the point. Trump was more corrupt.
Perfect. Okay. So now we can move on to your point about his current term and what my biggest qualms are.
So we can talk about maybe immigration first. Maybe immigration or tariffs or whatever you want to say.
Okay, we'll talk about tariffs. Yo, Ricardo, let me cook, bro. Let me cook. Romer, thank you for the galaxy. Okay, so the biggest problem with the tariffs is how he proposed them leading up to the election was he was proposing broad, flat... another save. He was proposing broad, flat tariffs, okay?
Okay.
Which would devastate our economy because there are certain things that we just cannot produce in this country. So all it's going to mean is rising prices for us. He gets into office, and now he's literally just randomly proposing tariffs against certain countries, depending on certain...
reciprocal tariffs.
Well, no, it didn't even start out as reciprocal tariffs. I was calling them the hokey pokey tariffs. Like he was putting his hand in, putting it out. Like with Mexico and Canada, he said he was going to do the tariffs, and then he changed his mind. He said he was going to do the tariffs, and he changed his mind. Now we have the reciprocal tariffs coming up. This is the third time. Maybe he'll change his mind, maybe not. I don't like having a president where you don't know whether or not your groceries are going to go up. Your cost of living is going to go up.
Okay. Yeah, but with him pulling in, pulling out, they were kind of abiding by his. That was one of his tactics for using the tariffs for more guards at the border walls.
So
for Mexico, that's why he pulled out for Mexico, and then he's still hitting Canada hard because more of the sense of just ripping us off for years. If you looked at the actual tariff code that they had.
So I have a lot of things to say about that. So the first time he did this, the tariff negotiation tactic, the things he received were the exact same things Mexico and Canada already offered Biden. Okay, which was the 10,000 troops at the Mexican border. It was I can't remember the number right now, but I think it was like 2.1 billion or something from Canada
roughly
to combat the fentanyl situation. No. It's all stuff that was negotiated under the Biden administration. So all they did was reaffirm what they already offered. And Trump took the opportunity because he saw the stock market was crashing to say, oh, you know what? We're good. So that's what the first thing. And then what was the thing you just mentioned about Canada getting ripped off? Oh, Donald Trump, he keeps saying this at his rallies. He keeps saying this. And
he made the deal originally.
He says that we're getting ripped off by Canada. What he means by that is that we have a trade deficit with Canada. That's not a bad thing. Having a trade deficit with a country means that we're buying more from the country than we're selling to them. But that doesn't mean that we're getting ripped off. That means that our dollar can buy more. That means that our country is getting its goods cheaper, and so we can focus on a higher tier of development, whether it's manufacturing or more importantly, things like AI, things like technology. This is where we're excelling. I think it's okay that we buy lumber from the country that has a fuckload of trees. Anyway, so there's no good reason to tariff a country. You can tariff certain industries if you want to protect that industry in your country. That's fine, and you can. But tariffing a certain country just for being a country doesn't make any sense. A flat 25% tariff on Canada doesn't make any sense, and it's already
tariffs do accept. They do protect American commerce and American goods and American manufacturers, doesn't it? tariffing a country such as Canada for automobiles, lumber, oil? Like, wouldn't that more influence American produce and just American products more than buying a Canadian product?
Well, for certain, so there's certain things that we just can't produce in the same way Canada can. So, for example, I brought up lumber as an example. The types of trees that we use to build homes are mostly found in Canada. There's a few in the Midwest, a few in I think like Georgia.
It's South America a lot too. I build houses, so
Sure, yeah,
mostly South America.
But definitely not very much in the United States. So if we tariff their whole country, that's going to raise prices for not only lumber, but by extension, homes. The price of living is already going up. We don't need any more price of living increases. Secondly, if you're tariffing countries rather than industries, all that means is that the importer is given a choice: either import from somewhere else or raise the prices for their consumers. You're not actually solving the problem. All you're doing is antagonizing our biggest ally.
I agree. I think it was the tariffs for Canada in most part is more to that we will last and they won't. That's basically Trump's. It's more of it's very hard approach, but it's definitely true that we can last tariffs and they can't. You know, we could tariff them 100%. They could tariff us 100%. We will survive longer than them, and then they'll have to succumb to us. That's basically the whole his whole business approach to it.
Did he say that?
I know, but as I'm an econ master. So I have a master's in econ, master's in finance. That's basically like if you look at it as a point, we could survive longer than they can survive.
What you're doing right now is you're sane washing, which is something that people that support Trump are forced to do on a daily basis. Where Trump says something insane, and you guys have to reverse engineer a logical reason for why he's doing it. Real quick, before you respond to that, Prescott, I know it's a half an hour ago, but thank you for the $5. Tell my wife, Diana, that I'm waiting for our food order and sushi will be on the way soon. Love you so much. We love you too, Dan. Diana, it's been a half an hour, so you might be eating the sushi, but thank you. Okay.
Give the love to your supporters. It's pretty cool that you do this. So
I appreciate that. I wish I saw that half an hour ago, but okay, where was I going with this?
Tariffs, business. I don't know if you want to keep talking about tariffs. I mean,
no, we can go to the next thing. Okay, so at the very least, do you agree that tariffs, whichever way he decides to implement them, will raise the cost of living?
That's what it does.
Yes, and we already are at a pretty high cost of living thanks to the rampant inflation in like 2022, especially with the after effects of COVID.
Yeah, 100%. Both. I mean, inflation was caused by every president has overspending. Even like Harris would have overspending. Biden definitely had his share of overspending, increasing the debt. Trump definitely did too.
Trump did it more, but I'm not trying to pin it on one person or another. I'm just saying inflation did happen. Big part of it is the after effects of COVID. We couldn't have prevented some of so the light red spending there. I don't blame either president for that. That's the COVID spending, and I mean we had to, otherwise the economy was going to crash. So, but it did lead to inflation. No way around it. Inflation led to higher cost of goods, and whereas Donald Trump promised, he said, I'm going to lower grocery prices on day one. So first of all, the lie is that day one, obviously that was an exaggeration at the worst, but a full-blown lie at the best. But the other thing is, he's not even trying to lower grocery prices. His tariffs will lead to an increase in grocery prices.
Yeah. So, but you could bring up Biden's spending again, or whatever. Yeah. Even if Trump's was higher and Biden's was lower, of the spending that he did was, a lot of environmental that really hurt inflation and the economic market. Everything that he did with the environment really ruined home prices in general.
What?
That was a direct correlation with his environmental policies.
I need a source on that.
I'm not buying a computer or anything, but I would happily bring it to you or message you on TikTok with my understanding of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Oil. What he did day one, shutting down oil, more environmental acts really led to increase in home prices. 100%.
Wait, so you're saying increase in oil prices led to the home prices?
Energy, environmental, his environmental approach with everything skyrocketed in price. That's why you see this home this whole housing market all messed up. To be honest.
Okay.
Sorry, this is my job for like a living, and I saw it for a difference from 2016 when I was doing this to compared to when Biden was in office.
All right, yeah, get him
Which
the hell out of
president
here, will you please?
drilled more oil?
We bought more oil from through Joe Biden's presidency for sure, but we did not drill more oil under Biden, more Trump.
We drilled more oil under Biden.
Oh, brother,
Thank
this
you.
guy stinks.
If you look at the reports, he did buy a lot more oil, but it definitely did not. He did not drill more oil than he did.
Okay, 1 second.
That's just not a true point, to be honest.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you please?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you. Okay, so right here we have Trump's term.
A production of crude oil.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that's different than drilling crude oil. Production of crude oil is basically in taking crude oil and transferring it into actual, gasoline or different,
Wouldn't that be what affects gas prices?
Would that affect gas prices? No. Because you're talking about the production of crude oil. That's not drilling crude oil. Getting oil from the ground and buying it from somewhere else is different.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to.
All right, let me rephrase. So, we produced more oil under Biden.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't drill it. We didn't.
Okay. Thank you all three.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like you could buy expensive oil from Saudi all you want, and then produce it and transfer it into oil that we could use. But that's different
wait.
than
Are
mining
you under the
yourself.
impression that if we drilled more oil, the price for the United States would be lower?
Everything revolves around energy. At the end of the day, that's prices. Everything revolves around.
No. The United States drills more oil, right?
Yeah.
Does that lower the price in the United States?
Yeah.
So you're saying that American oil producers would sell for a lower price than they can export?
Would sell to the American public more than they would export?
Yeah, because if you want prices to get lower in the United States, why wouldn't they just export to other countries? Because they could get more from other countries.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you please?
The reason I'm saying, just so we're clear, the reason I'm saying that Biden produced more oil is not because I think that the United States producing more oil leads to lower oil prices. I'm showing the irrelevance of the point because Trump didn't even produce more oil. The idea that Biden's policy somehow meant less oil doesn't make any sense.
I see what you're getting there, but it's just a different point of drilling and producing. But I don't think you're understanding that kind of difference in it. How it would be cheaper for Americans if you drilled it yourself compared to buying it.
Cheaper for the American companies to drill it, but the American companies are under no obligation to sell at a discounted price to American citizens. They would just ship it overseas.
I mean that's just like that's just a different point, just a difference in opinion. Because in my opinion, you could see it yourself in 2016 when gas prices was that low and we were drilling. And then we stopped the drilling and then we're like, oh, we're not going to drill anymore. We're just going to start buying it from Saudi and everything. That's when our prices increased. I mean, it's just basic.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
So if you want to just you do what your T-shirt not talk about oil if you want to, but
Okay.
I mean,
do you know about the Donald Trump OPEC deal before he left office?
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you please?
I know about the new one now. I don't remember the one in 2016 or 2018 or whatever. It's 2020. Okay.
Obama was president in 2016.
No, sorry. You know what I meant.
So, excuse me. In 2020, because of the pandemic, there was a lower demand for oil, and that drove the cost of gasoline to under $2 a gallon. I think you probably remember that.
Yes.
Okay. So, Donald Trump, rather than allowing U.S. citizens to pay less for gas in a time where we were experiencing economic hardship, there were a lot of people out of work, and the economy was shut down, et cetera, he went to Saudi Arabia and OPEC and said, "Hey, can you guys start producing less oil because we need to artificially increase the price of oil?"
China.
That was a 2-year deal that we started to feel the effects of after he left office, because that's when the lockdown started to end.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to talk about this type of. I'm not well versed in his last deal that he did in 2020 when he left or anything. All I know is about the drilling and difference. I mean, that's why you can see on your own thing, a production of crude oil while it skyrocketed too.
We did so many dyno votes that the poll's not working anymore. I keep trying to open and it's not working. I'm so sorry.
First of all, what's a dyno vote? I don't know what that means.
So when
I'm new to your stream. I just saw it right now.
When someone sends a dinosaur, it triggers a kick vote, and they can vote either to keep the guest or go to the next guest. But someone can send a galaxy to save the guest. So we had like a dinosaur come in, and a galaxy come in, and a dinosaur come in, and a galaxy come in, and it's glitched now. I can't even do votes anymore.
I feel like I'm having a reasonable conversation. I don't know. I don't feel like a crazy man. Pretty know what I'm doing here. But
Get him the hell out of here, will you, please?
But we could do a viewpoint of like just this whole oil tariff thing, and we could talk about maybe a different point, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere, because I think it's just
all right. I mean, you said that Biden was the reason that the cost of lumber went up, but the reason the cost of lumber went up was because of reciprocal tariffs because of Trump.
No, that was his environmental acts really did hurt lumber prices. That's why you saw a skyrocket in the house.
I need some piece of evidence back then.
I mean, I after this, as soon as I get off, I would definitely show you this, because I would actually send you this information about the environmental act and how it really hurt the housing market. Because why the housing market is really shit right now is because the supply and demand. There's no supply, because guess what? It's expensive to build houses. It's so expensive to build a house, and no one wants to do it.
Wait, Brent, where's Brent? Brent, where are you? Request up. Brent. Okay.
A buddy?
I don't know this person.
Oh, okay.
Hey, welcome up.
Thank you. How's it going, boys?
What's up?
So back to this oil thing. First things first. Oil production. That is not gas production. That is not fuel production. That is the barrels of oil per day being drilled, being produced out of the wells. I know this because I used to work in the Bakken oil field in North Dakota. So get your head out of your butt and stop with this whole gas production is not oil production, or oil production, yada yada.
He's not drilling, yeah.
It's not drilling.
And actually, I just got $5 from Eku to say the same thing. Production of crude oil is drilling it, turning it into gas and other usable products is refining of crude oil. Thank you for the $5.
Exactly. So, yes, under Biden, we were producing more barrels of crude oil per day than we were Trump, and have been. And that is also because the oil companies will not saturate their markets. They have vehemently said they will not drill baby drill. And this is all verifiable stuff that anybody can take to Google and find out themselves. They will not saturate their markets. This is why Trump, after elected, had to run to OPEC to try to ask them to produce more because of his tariffs, because he wasn't going to be able to drop the prices without OPEC.
All right. I hope that cleared some things up.
That definitely cleared things up. I just had to, I guess, just look into it more. I mean, I thought I just more mixed up, I guess, refining, and you said producing crude oil. Okay.
Gas refining and oil production.
I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to look into it now more. So
no problem. Let me tell you what. There's a lot of things that I asked for sources on, like, for example, lumber prices going up because of Biden, stuff like that. How about you do a little bit more research and come back and we'll have a conversation?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna probably do that now because let me just look this things up. You talk to someone else, and maybe you could convince someone else. You know, but I'd like to keep talking eventually. So
Okay. I'm live Wednesdays and Saturdays, 7 p.m.
okay.
Eastern.
All
As long
right.
as
Well,
TikTok doesn't
you
get
have a
banned
good
on the
one. Good
5th,
talking
then
to you. Nice meeting you.
you as well.
Dan, I just want to say thank you, longtime follower. Appreciate bringing me up to be able to put my 2 cents into that. I love what you got going on, and I love everything you're about, man. So thank you, and I'll gladly dive out right now since I've got pizza about to chime off in the oven. But anytime I can jump back on, I would love to, man.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
All right, y'all. We are going to go to the next guest, but first, gotta check something. We are 100 followers away from 95,000. We can get to 95,000 followers by the end of the night. We are doing a crab rave tonight. So everyone that's watching, make sure you're following. If you look next to my name, there should be an orange heart or a gray heart. There's a red oval that says follow. You got to press that to start following. I have a lot of people to thank because there was a lot of boxing gloves and dinos and galaxies. So I'm gonna go through that. But before I do, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say, everyone that's gifted, everyone that's subbed, thank you, thank you, thank you. But I never ask for any gifts. All I ask for is if you could just follow, maybe tap the screen. But even just the follow is fine. If you're folding laundry and just listening, that's a great way to support the live. All right, so let me go through the thanks. Thank you, Troy, for the cheering crab. Thank you.
I love Tesla.
I'll get back to the I love Tesla in a second. Thank you, Ricardo, for the boxing gloves. Thank you, Happy, for the boxing gloves. Thank you, Interconti, for the donuts. Thank you, Ricardo, for the other boxing gloves. Thank you, Happy, for the panther paws. Vicky, thank you for the dinosaur. Happy, thank you for the boxing gloves. Alter Ego, thank you for the hat and mustache. Romer, thank you for the galaxy. Alter Ego, thank you for the dinosaur. Vicky, thank you for the dinosaur. Is it Happy Hunting? Happy Humanist, thank you for the dinosaur. I said that already and I forgot. Ricardo, thank you for so many boxing gloves. All right, it's just Ricardo, thank you, X23. We'll call it 23. 23 thanks. Ginger, thank you for the mark of love. And Epic Tickle, thank you for the whale diving. I know it was a while ago, but that's a big gift. Thank you so much. Dylan, thank you for the crystal dreams. Also, did the guy who set the $5 for me to tell his girlfriend about the sushi was she here, or did I totally flub that? Because I'm sorry. Okay, going to the next guest. Here we go. I crash out easily. It's my thing. Yeah, he just got his food. Okay, cool. All right, next guest. That she just walked in the door with food. Nice.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Welcome up.
So, I voted for Kamala, right? But so I had a question about like the Trump's tariffs, right? Because I was like, I've seen it a lot all over the place. So, why is it like Canada, Europe are allowed to have tariffs on the United States, but when we reciprocate it and put tariffs on them, it's a problem?
We have tariffs on them. These are additional
Well,
tariffs. These
well, these are
tariffs were
not like
negotiated. These tariffs were negotiated by Donald John Trump in the USMCA. Also, it's pronounced Kamala.
Oh, Kamala, my bad. Sorry, but so. No, because I see that like Europe has like a 10% tariff on like our cars, but we have like a 2.5% tariff on them. So like, and also like immigration, how like the border's not tight enough.
How old are you?
18,
Year of birth.
2006.
That guy didn't vote. We're going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Castile? You're live on TikTok. Bueller? And they're gone. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. And I might grab a banana. You know what? I am grabbing a banana. But in the meantime, what I will do for chat, I am going to switch Mark of Love to Donut for I Love Tesla until I get back. Y'all have fun.
I love Tesla. 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 I love Tesla.
Okay. Thank you everybody for all the donuts. What crime did we commit for this? Wait, okay, I have a question. I have a question for chat. Oh wait, the polls don't work anymore. I can't even ask questions. Okay, I guess I'll just have to go through life not knowing the answer. My kids think I'm crazy now. Why no polls? There were so many dino polls that it just glitched and doesn't work anymore. What are we putting on Mark of Love? Okay, there we go. Ask it anyway. Well, my question was, how many of you enjoyed that and how many of you did not enjoy that? This is what happens when you overdo dino, y'all. True. We can manually type emojis. Enjoy. Did not enjoy. Hated that. My new jam. Proven. Do you love Tesla? Okay, it looks like a majority liked it, but there were people that didn't like it. And it's kind of like if most of the people on the plane like peanuts, but there's a few people that are allergic, we probably still shouldn't have peanuts on the plane, you know? All right, go on to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
How
you doing?
I'm good, and I have something to say.
All right.
Do you think Biden is competent
Yeah.
to be president?
Probably not ideal. He's very old, but certainly more competent than Donald Trump.
So then how come he dropped out of the race?
He was
or the election?
Because he was going to lose.
Exactly. So he's not competent. So you're
Just
wrong.
because someone's losing in the polls doesn't mean they're not competent.
No, because they dropped out of the race, that means they're not competent. Clearly.
Saying that anyone that's ever dropped out of a race is not competent?
Yeah. Because they dropped out. Or the election.
Donald Trump dropped out of the race when he ran in the year 2000 under a third party. So not competent?
Well, if he's... Oh, no, that's false. That's false.
Here we go. Trump ran under the Reform Party and dropped out of the race. But he did win some primaries.
Well, like, that's not like a main thing.
What does that mean?
Like, reform parties, that's not like a main thing.
So you're saying anyone that's ever dropped out of a race for one of the major two parties?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting goalpost move. Like it. All right. I mean, I don't really have anything to rebut that. There's hundreds of people that drop out of races. Every election cycle, people have to drop out because multiple people run. Not rocket science. There it is. That's the smartest thing you've said so far. Great chat. To the guy streamer is talking to, streamer is eternally delusional. You will never get through to him with logic. He has a terminal case of TDS. Make underscore America underscore great underscore again underscore. Can you name anything that I've been wrong about that I've said so far? I will wait. Next guest. Oh God, Brett is requesting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just like what you're doing. I'm a socialist. I did not vote for Kamala Harris. And I'm kind of wondering if you can tell me why I made a mistake. I live in California, by the way. Context.
Gestures vaguely at the state of society. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, listen. If you live in California, obviously, it's not gonna make a logistic difference. Kamala's gonna win California, but I imagine as a socialist, if you lived in a swing state, you're probably still not voting for Kamala, right?
I feel like I would. I would have been buried into it.
Okay,
I feel like.
then I have nothing to say. I have no problem with you not voting for her in California. If you would have voted for her in Pennsylvania, we're hunky dory.
100% would have. And actually, like, advocated for my parents who lived in Butler County at the time to do that. They did not.
I mean, I personally think everyone should vote and use their the right that people fought and died for. But like, I'm not gonna. If you know that not voting for her in a swing state means Trump, but also know that she's gonna win California, then I got no beef with you. We're chilling.
Perfect. I mean, I was gonna also ask you about like what how do we get through to these fucking people? I mean, I feel like you obviously are doing a good job at this and trying to, but there's a lot of people listening to this right now who hold these beliefs, who don't do their research as we've seen. How do you get these people to actually look at truth, look at the reality of things?
Um, Unfortunately, I think if you're a Trump supporter in the big 2025, I think you have to actually start feeling pain before it gets through to you. Because like bro's been lying for a decade. If fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 97 times, like shame on
Right.
me. You know what I mean? So it's tough. I mean, I guess the best thing you can do is, start conversations with like, what would I need to show you to change your mind? And if they say there's nothing you can show me, then don't have the conversation. Um, if they give you something to show you, chances are you'll have it. Like, oh, show me a time Trump broke the law. Got you. Or oh, show me the time Trump put himself over the country. Got you. Whatever it is. It's
But isn't that what we tried to do last time? Right? Like it's like I'm thinking about like there's a lot more people on the left now who are saying arm yourselves, like at the most extreme sense of like really start thinking about like completely removing yourself from participating in these institutions at all. And from defending like right this the constitution that we have and just the form of government that we have that allowed this to happen, right?
So here the problem is that those people are the reason that we're in this mess in the first place. People saying, "Oh, don't participate. This is a corrupt system." If they just fucking manned up or womaned up and gone out and voted for Hillary Clinton, this would have been over. Trump would have continued to be on TV. He would have had Trump TV, and it would have been like the right wing competitor to Fox. And we probably would have still heard about him a little bit, but he was not running for president again. No shot. But they said, no, this is corrupt. We wanted Bernie. And by the way, I voted for Bernie in the primaries. We wanted Bernie, and Hillary's corrupt, so we'll just allow the fascists to win. And that's why we're here. So, like, the system is not perfect, but it's better than what a Trump system would be.
Yeah. I guess, do you think we're in 1930s Germany? Did he do his putsch, and is he now sort of starting the project of whatever 21st century fascism looks like?
I mean, frankly, yes. The courts are the only thing like holding back what could be as Steve Bannon put it, a 1932 realignment. So it's really just the courts, and if they don't hold up, that's it.
Okay, so if that's the case, and we went to war after 1932 because of the Nazi takeover of Germany, etc., do you see that happening in the next 20, 30 years? Some kind of like real hot engagement with
like a civil war?
Power. Some kind, I mean, I don't know about a civil war. I don't think that we'd ever get to that point. Maybe some guerrilla warfare is the best that I could think of, right? But I mean a hot war with some enemy, probably China.
Well, I don't understand how that's related to 1932. Oh, so you're saying like in the same way Hitler was invading other countries?
Correct.
I mean, yeah,
in the same way that
Trump's already threatening to invade Canada, invade Panama, buy Gaza, annex Greenland. Like Trump's already threatening these things. It could be, frankly, I mean, he could pull off some kind of major war to win the midterms or something, because usually Americans vote for the party in power when there's like a war. I don't know if that's still the case. Americans are very different than they were 20 years ago, so I'm really not sure.
It's interesting. Like the last time that we went to war, it was this moment for a lot of people on the left of like, there's nothing we can do. Bush is president. It's a done deal. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, obviously directed toward Arab people at the time, and like I guess like, do you think that could happen again? And like, could we just invade some country like Venezuela, for example? Or
yeah, I can definitely see that. Of course.
Shit.
But yeah, anyway.
Or is he? Is he incompetent enough? I guess to get to your question. Last question here, and you can let me go. Do you think he's incompetent, or do you think there's some part of him that can do these very insane things.
No, I think his incompetence is so bad that the reason he wasn't able to pull off these types of things in his first term was because of his incompetence. Um, the reality is like everything that's happening right now is in spite of his incompetence. I don't even know that he has like this master plan that people put it out. Elon might, but Trump is just doing what benefits Trump at any given time. The problem is the people that are backing him, the people that are in his administration, like Stephen Miller, people that are pseudo in his administration, like Elon Musk, and the people that used to be in his administration, like Steve Bannon. These are very dangerous people
Right. Interesting.
with dangerous
Well,
ideologies.
thank you. I'm Venezuelan, by the way. If anyone mentions Venezuela, happy to talk.
Okay, copy.
All right, see you, man.
Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. There's a guy crashing out in Twitch chat. Give me a second. Love how chat is seething but not making any arguments. Typical liberal behavior. Oh, and the reason he dropped out is because he was incompetent. No, it's because he was going to lose. And why do you think that? Okay, Make America Great Again. This is like not even rocket science, bro. Okay, so he did very poorly at the debate. All right. Now I don't know if you know this, but debating well actually has nothing to do with the job of being president. Just so we're clear. You think he left? Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I'll still respond. Biden is on record saying why he dropped out, which is the day before he dropped out. He dropped out on a Sunday. The Saturday afternoon before he dropped out, a close advisor brought new internal polling to him that said, and the quote was, "Mr. President, your path to 270 is virtually gone." And so he dropped out because he didn't want Trump to win. It's like it's so simple. Now, if you want, you can say he was old, he's demented. That's fine. He never leaked sensitive battle plans to random journalists. He never threatened to do things and then change his mind 3 times. I don't know how else to put it. He never accidentally fired very, very important personnel. Oh wait, there's MAGA in here too. What are the leftist lunatics gonna do when Trump makes everything better? Bro, if Trump makes everything better, I will be happy. I will be happy. The problem is that better in your world is different than better in my world. Better in your world is rich people have more money, middle and lower class have less money, we have fewer brown people, and women have fewer rights. Okay? My world is very different than your world in terms of the word better. He fired all inspector generals. Biden certainly wouldn't do that. Yeah, exactly. Does Dan know about Yarvin? I keep putting off doing a Yarvin stream. I have to do it one of these days. Going to the next guest. This new mic makes you sound audibly like Destiny. I don't know how I feel about that. All right, going to the next guest. Here we go. Oh, thank God, Bretta left. Wasn't sure I could take him at a patience level of 3.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Hi.
Hello?
Your mic is not Michaeling right now.
Oh, do you hear me?
It's a little bit better. All right, say what you got to say.
Oh, oh, wait, hold on. Do you hear me now?
It's really rough. You have posters in your room. Are you 12? Yes, I am 12 years old. Go to the next check. Go to the next guest. Your dad. This dude's still crying. You got a long 4 years, LOL. Brother, the one commenting. You were the one that got so triggered by the little crying face of Trump that you needed to come in and comment. You're also the one that's going to keep backing your guy, your cult leader, even when your life gets worse. He's going to raise your prices. He's going to roll back your rights. But you're blind to it as you really enjoy the taste of his taint. Go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Yo.
How you doing?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Doing all right. For Donald Trump?
So why do you think Trump is incompetent?
Well, he hired an alcoholic Fox News host to be head of the greatest military to ever exist in history. And because of that, we had very sensitive battle plans leaked to a journalist before those plans took place. That's number one. We have him contradicting his press secretary on whether or not he signed a very, very important authorization, the alien enemies authorization. He claimed he had nothing to do with it, but his press secretary said he signed it. We have how many times he gets cold feet with his tariffs, like he threatens tariffs and then the stock market crashes, and then he says, oops, never mind. And then he threatens tariffs again, stock market crashes again. He says, oops, never mind. We're now on our third go. Maybe he'll keep them, maybe he won't. We don't know because he's incompetent. We have the fact that he's ruling by executive order and makes no effort to pass any kind of legislation by way of negotiating with Congress. A good leader is able to pass bipartisan legislation like Joe Biden did. He passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, whereas Donald Trump promised in his first term to pass a piece of infrastructure legislation. Never did. Only passed one piece of legislation, period, which was tax cuts, mostly for the rich, and it was on party lines. This term, he makes no effort at all to pass any kind of legislation through Congress. All he does is rule by executive order, which he criticized Barack Obama for heavily in 2012, making him not only a hypocrite, but an incompetent one.
Wow. That was insane because that was definitely some insight right there, but I liked when he hired Tom Homan. I think he's a good guy, for sure.
Why do you think Tom Homan is a good guy?
He's just, I think he's also been in Barack Obama's administration, but he's good at what he does. He has good principles. He's good at dealing the border. He's good at being a border czar. So I think he was a good hire. I think he was a good pick.
Do you think it's good that we are essentially disappearing legal residents for exercising their First Amendment rights? Or like kidnapping legal residents? That's a good thing.
Is that happening?
Yeah. It's happened multiple times. The first example is Mahmoud Khalil, who was protesting against the genocide and was a legal resident in this country. And he was essentially disappeared. His family didn't know how to reach him. And if not for a judge blocking his deportation, a legal resident would have been deported.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, just so we're clear, Fun All Time said legal residents, question mark, LOL, please. Are you saying that deporting legal residents is bad? Because I can pull up the example. So, yeah. And that's something that Tom Homan doesn't really seem to care about, so.
What, that specific instance?
Well, no, I mean multiple different instances. I mean, we have so these deportations are targeting people based on the color of their skin, based on their workplaces, not actually based on whether or not they're criminals like they claim. They claim, oh, we're targeting criminals first, but people convicted of crimes are already deported, so that's no change. The people that were deported, by the way, so Donald Trump defied a court order, which violates Article 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution, defied a court order where they were deporting Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador, of all places, defied that court order, and they confirmed that some people on that plane were not in the gang. They claimed at first that everyone was in the gang Tren de Aguas, and then they were like, actually, some of these people didn't have criminal records at all. So profiling people based off of like the color of their skin and their tattoos, I'm not a fan of that. I'm frankly not even a fan of mass deportations at all. I think what we should probably do is pass some kind of legislation that makes it a lot harder for people to illegally immigrate and then easier for people to legally immigrate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think that what he did was wrong by sending the Venezuelans to El Salvador. He complied with the five deportees that applied for asylum. So he complied with that, and then the judge requested for the whole entire plane to not to come back overseas, but it's already over international waters.
That's
He
not a
doesn't have
thing.
authority over that.
It's over international waters is not a thing. The law is that the where you took off your plane from is you're governed by the laws of the location you took off from.
And the president of El Salvador didn't seem to have a problem at
Oh
all
yeah, of
with
course,
this.
because they make money for every person they imprison. Why would the president of El Salvador care? They literally built a prison because he was like, all right, Trump's going to be a dictator and he's going to want concentration camps. I want to be making money off of those concentration camps. Like, of course, he didn't have a problem with that.
The president of El Salvador doesn't have concentration camps. It's just prisons.
Okay, so prisons for people that have not gone through due process, people that are not from that country, and they're concentrated in one area. What would you call that? No due process, foreign country. What would you call that?
Sure, yeah, that's a concentration camp. But they didn't go through due process because through an act.
Through an act?
Wasn't it like an act that
The Alien
Trump
and Enemies
passed?
Act, yeah.
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 Yes.
Why? Okay, so number one, Trump lied about signing it. His press secretary said he signed the authorization to use it, and then he said, "Oh, I didn't sign that." So that's number one, showing his incompetence. Number two, I don't know why we're
It wasn't
using a law
authorized?
where the last time we used it is one of the biggest stains on this country, which was the Japanese internment camps in World War II. We literally just took people that were of Japanese descent in this country and said, "You're going to jail." That's it. No trial, no due process, and it's like it's something that we should not want to repeat. We should not want to go backwards. We want to go forwards. We want to avoid human rights violations.
How is it? Because it's a law that it's an act. It's a law that he used. So just might as well use it.
So it's a wartime law. We're not at war. That's number one. Number two, just because something is a law doesn't mean that makes it the right thing to do at any given time. And if that's the case, would you say that when he breaks the law, that's bad? Because we could go over all the times he tried to break the law.
If he broke the law, he would have been in jail. No.
Nope, but that's not how that works, actually. So first of all,
And, I mean, he said that we are in a war with drugs, with fentanyl.
yeah,
and
I mean,
going through the country.
exactly. He just made shit up so they can use it. That's that's not a war, right? That's just not what a war is.
That's a drug war. I mean, of course, a war you you have to go through the process of declaring war, go through a meeting.
I mean,
whatever.
he could listen. He could say, he could have a bad order of Taco Bell and be like, I have a war with my toilet, so we're gonna use the Alien and Enemies Act. Like if you just that's not what a war is. You know, a war has nothing to do with fentanyl. You know, a war is when a country declares war on another country.
We're talking about a drug that the amount of fentanyl that pours into the country could kill the country twice. So,
95% of the people bringing fentanyl into this country are American citizens.
Where are you getting that from?
ICE?
I mean, here's the thing. It's still a lot of fentanyl.
The pre-goalpost move is crazy.
The what?
The pre-goalpost move. Like before I even pulled up the stat, you moved the goalpost.
Oh. No, I don't know where the American citizens are coming from because the cartel is a real thing.
Okay, my bad. I misspoke. It's not 95%. It's 86%.
And where's that coming from?
This is from the United States government. I'll pull up.
Oh, interesting.
United States Sentencing Commission.
Could you zoom in a tad bit more? Okay, 82.8.
Right here. I'll highlight it
Oh,
for you.
86.2 for United States citizens that brought it over the border.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, would you say? So, I guess I would say that redacts my statement of, or my claim that there is a war going on with drugs. But then, I don't know. That's interesting though, because I feel like that's still oversimplifying the whole situation. Because the whole problem, the underlying problem, is that there is a drug problem, and that he used the act, saying or claiming that he used the act specifically in regards to the drug problem that is going over the
His
border.
justification for deporting people without due process. This is what he wanted. He wanted to deport people without due process. So he reverse engineered his justification. He said, "Oh, we're at war with fentanyl."
Possibly, yeah, no, that definitely could have happened for sure. For sure. I don't disagree with that. Still confident though. I mean, I think he's still doing his job pretty well. I think
What job is he doing well exactly?
He's doing what his voters want him to do.
His voters wanted him to lower grocery prices on day one. And not only has he done nothing related to grocery prices on day one, but he's planning on raising grocery prices with his tariffs. Thank you, Johan.
And what items in the groceries are going to be raised?
Pretty much everything. If he does flat tariffs like he's planning, everything is going to go up.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen. But gas prices also went down a little bit.
How old
House
are you?
prices are going to go down. What happened?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, if your vibes are that prices won't go up, there's not really anything I could do about that. Like I can bring up like statistics, pretty much every single economist, even the Fed, the Federal Reserve, headed by a Republican, even the Fed said the tariffs will lead to inflation. Like there's not a single economist or trade expert that thinks that tariffs will lead to lower grocery prices.
The flat tariffs are only used to make a deal.
Well, we saw how well that worked out the first time. Only deal
That's
he was able to get from Canada to Mexico was deals that were already made under the Biden administration. All he did was tank the stock market real quick.
The tariffs on Mexico for a month or whatever because he was making a deal.
Yeah, the deal that he received nothing. He received the same thing that the Biden administration had already been granted.
Cap. Calling it.
The cap?
Yeah.
You want me to pull it up?
Yes, please.
So, when I show you that Trump did not get anything from the deal from Canada or from Mexico, are you going to concede that these tariffs and their negotiations were a failure?
If they're the same exact, if they got granted the same exact thing that the Biden administration did, then yes, I would concede.
All right. So, the thing that Trump claimed that he got from Canada was a $1.3 billion investment to strengthen the border. Right? Remember that? $0.3 billion?
Mm-hmm.
So, this is a press release. The Canadian government, Canada is investing $1.3 billion to bolster security at the border and strengthen the immigration system, all while keeping Canadians safe. Includes, and they break it down. This posted December. Donald Trump took office.
Right. He took office in January. This is December.
Yes. So, thing that he claimed he got from Canada in exchange for not doing the tariffs the first time was something that we're already going to get.
Okay.
We can go. Now, the thing we got from Mexico in regards to why we didn't do the tariffs the first time, because this is like the third time now that he's threatening tariffs. But the thing that we got from Mexico was 10,000 go to the border, right? Remember that?
Okay.
Okay. So, April of 2021, Joseph Biden is president. Mexico doubles migrant detention centers with troop surge. Mexico has doubled its detention centers of migrants with a deployment of 10,000 troops to its southern border.
Then why did the border open? That's so weird.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because the border wasn't open. You've been lied to. Just like so all the times that you make a claim and then I show you like the fact that debunks your claim, this what it's supposed to do for you now is you're supposed to say, "Hey, maybe some of the things that Trump and other right-wingers are telling me are lies." Open border is a lie. The biggest problem at the border during the increase in encounters, during the spike of encounters in 2022 was people taking advantage of the asylum seeking process. The asylum seeking process could have been reformed by the bipartisan Langford border bill, but Donald Trump told the Republicans not to pass it because he wanted to run on immigration to win the election. He wanted to use fear of other people to win the election. So the open borders are all these are just buzzwords that are used to lie and trick people into voting for a racist rapist, essentially.
Yeah, I heard that bill was just a bad bill to start off with.
I know you did. You heard it from liars. Liars said that. If it was such a bad bill, why did both Republicans and Democrats support it?
Brother, this guy stinks.
I mean, how do you know what is truth?
How do I know what is truth?
Yes.
Well, because the bill is available to read on the Congress website. And if you read, you can see that the bill would have made the asylum seeking process more restrictive, would have provided more funds for more judges so that we could process the asylum seeking claims faster, meaning that people that sought asylum under false pretenses would be deported faster than 7 years. It would be actually under 6 months. It would have funded more border security at the border. All of these things, they were steps in the right direction. And Donald Trump said, no, I don't actually care about keeping Americans safe. I don't actually care about the border. I care about being a demagogue. I care about making people scapegoat the other. And so because I have no policy platforms, you could look at my website. It's 14 pages of vibes and feelings, like end inflation. Because I have no actual policies to run on, I'm going to run on fear. So Republicans do not pass a single piece of immigration legislation or border legislation until I'm president, because I don't want the problem to get better. I want it to get worse so that I can win votes from rubes. That's what happened.
Yeah, no, that's definitely interesting. I don't know if he runs on fear. I feel like the left runs on fear a lot because every time that
Coffee, I can't do polls. No more dinos. Wait, I'm taking the polls don't work. You don't think he runs on fear? He's constantly
every time that
he tried to scare us into thinking Haitians were eating cats and dogs.
Well, nobody even knows what was going on in Ohio, and then people saw
and
then people saw that there's actually crazy stuff going on in Ohio.
City council, the local police, the the mayor and the governor all said, "Hey, this isn't happening." It's not nobody knows. You can't just say this is something Trump does a lot. He says, "Well, people are saying," and then just a lie, and then it's like, "Well, now in your head, it's like 50-50 whether it's true or not." No. You can't just say something, and then now there's a 50-50 shot that it's true. There were no Haitians eating cats and dogs.
No, I definitely understand that where it was just like a complete lie. I mean, I feel like with Kamala Harris's interview with Harris's interview with 60 Minutes, that was a complete lie as
Trump wouldn't even go on 60 Minutes. He was too much of a baby back bitch to go on 60 Minutes. So miss me with the Harris Harris, they had breaks in the interview where they asked if they wanted to refilm something versus Donald Trump. I'm too scared to go on. I had to walk out of my previous 60 Minutes interview with Leslie Stahl. Kamala Harris went on Fox News where she was berated for 30 minutes. Show me any time in history Donald Trump would go on MSNBC. I'll wait. Kamala Harris had so much more confidence and such a stronger and sturdier constitution than Donald Trump. You could just see how he crashed out in their debate.
He went on CNN more times than she
CNN,
did.
okay, number one. I hate that. This is another right-wing talking point that CNN is left-wing. CNN is owned by a Republican. CNN is at best center-right. Okay, the idea that CNN is left-wing, you may as well say Fox News is left-wing. MSNBC is left-wing. Sure, CNN is not left-wing.
But MSNBC, listen, the Democrats are on an all-time low. Like that news.
Why did Donald Trump not go on MSNBC? Why did Donald Trump not go on MSNBC? Can you tell me?
What was that?
Why didn't Donald Trump go on MSNBC?
Because it's irrelevant now.
Why didn't he do the 60 Minutes interview? Why didn't he do the 60 Minutes interview?
I don't know. He went on hella interviews. Why didn't
he do the 60 Minutes interview?
Why didn't Harris do the Joe Rogan podcast?
Because why on earth would you do a podcast with a stoner? Who gives a fuck? He was making people eat scorpions. What are his qualifications to do a political interview? What are his qualifications to do a political interview?
The whole election. That probably won him the whole election.
If I mean this sincerely, I mean this on everything I love. If you are a human being with wrinkles in your brain and a prefrontal cortex that functions, and the synapses fired and told you her not being interviewed by the host of Fear Factor means I am voting for the racist rapist, you're not going to make it through 2025. You're going to fall in a ditch. You're going to accidentally drink seawater. I don't know how else to put it to you. If not going on Joe Rogan was the reason you voted for Donald Trump, we're cooked as a society.
No, but it did help people out in understanding him with the 2.5 hour podcast. It was nothing.
He said nothing new in that 2.5 hour podcast. Nothing new.
Did nothing. She never did a 2.5 hour podcast. She just went on Call Me Daddy podcast or whatever.
Bro, she had an 82-page PDF of all of her plans on her website. I'm sorry that Trump voters can't read, but it's all there. Okay, I'm sorry you need to have your information sifted through Joe Rogan and Jamie. Pull that up for me. Like. It was all available. It was all available. She was running. By the way, he was running for president for 9 years. She was running for president for 2.5 months. Okay. I'm sorry that she didn't get to your little podcast bro interview, your red pill interview.
Yeah, and she dropped out of the primaries and then got hired to be a VP. She got DEI.
Okay, you're not a real person.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, don't get emotional now. Don't get mad.
She got DEI'd?
Yes, Joe Biden said it himself.
What did he say?
He said, "Oh, we need more. We need more equality or something. We need."
You disagree? We don't need more equality?
No, I mean I definitely agree with that for sure.
So what do you on about?
Well, it's just he took advantage clearly of DEI, and then he just
what does take advantage of DEI? Harris. Can you even explain that?
Well, he hired somebody that was incompetent. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Wait. How is she incompetent? I need to hear that. How?
How is she incompetent?
How is she incompetent?
So as a VP, she just didn't do anything.
She's done more than any VP in the history of this country. You just don't know.
But let me finish. She was supposed to take care. She was supposed to take care.
He was not the border czar. That was a lie. She was supposed to take care of the border. This is a Republican, and this is them lying to you. Okay? They said border czar. She's the border czar. She's the border czar. She's not the border czar. She's not the border czar. You need to stop getting pissed on and believing that it's rain. I'm sorry. Her job specifically, and we can look this up. This is all publicly available information.
The Democrats are getting pissed on. That's why you guys are
publicly available information. Her task was to find the root cause for excess migration from Central and South America, and she did that. She secured billions of dollars of private sector funding to revitalize areas in the Northern Triangle countries. Okay. And that led to fewer migrants from those countries. She signed more tiebreakers in history of any vice president. She is probably in the top 2 most decorated candidates in terms of qualifications. She served in all 3 branches of government before she ran for president. You calling her incompetent is either racist or misogynistic, or you're so in Trump's cult that anyone that goes against him must be incompetent. There's no way
She
someone
dropped
with an
all of her
open mind is
policies,
going to
and
look
then
at
when
Kamala
she was
Harris
asked
and
about
look
it,
at her
she had no
policies and
response
look at what
to
she's
it.
done and call her incompetent.
She dropped all of her policies, and when she was asked about it, she had no answer to it.
Dropped all of her
What else did
policies?
she do?
What are you talking about?
She dropped all of her policies. She was not for fracking. She was gonna ban
She had an
guns.
answer to that. You didn't listen because you don't know what words mean.
She wanted to defund the police. She dropped all of that.
No. Show me one piece of evidence that she wanted to defund the police. Show me one piece of evidence that she wanted to defund the police.
There was video.
Yeah, let me see it. Go ahead, pull up the video.
All right. Do 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 do. Let me pull it up.
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
Thank you, Vicky.
Okay, so this is CNN. Kamala Harris praised defund the police movement in June 2020 radio interview. Then I scroll down a little bit. That's the headline. And then I scroll down a little bit to the paragraph. Vice President Harris voiced support for defund the police in a radio interview in June 2020 amidst nationwide protests for police reform, just months before denouncing the movement after she had joined the Biden presidential campaign. Yep. So she did support it.
Okay. So this whole
CNN.
movement, now I'm going to read what her quote is. Thank you for bringing up the article. This whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets and figure out whether it reflects the right priorities.
Mm-hmm.
She did not say that she supports defund the police. She says this whole movement is about rightly saying we need to take a look at these budgets and figure out whether it reflects the right priorities. Adding that cities were militarizing police but defunding public schools. Think those are the same?
Yo, this guy's hilarious. We need to have a conversation and critically examine and understand that this is not working. Okay.
I don't know if you know this, but there are words underneath the headline sometimes. Usually, when you read them, you get a bigger picture, get more information.
Yeah, nah, but still, man.
All right, one rose, and I'm going to the next guest.
Trump is still better. You gotta like the Democratic Party is at an all.
If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, make sure to drop a follow, tap the screen. For everyone that's gifted and sub, thank you all so much. But I'm not asking for any gifts. The only thing I'm asking for is just a quick follow. Thank you. Vicky, thank you for the Into the Light. Ruination, thank you for the Dragon Crown. Chris, thank you for the boxing gloves. Caffeine, thank you for the Meerkat. Coffee, thank you for the dino, although it fizzled. I'm sorry. Yehan, thank you for the hat and mustache. Okay. Go over to the next guest. No, I think my brain is atrophying. What's considered a major political event? Debates, elections. And check your blood pressure. If I check my blood pressure, I might have to end the live. will be on April 1st. For the special elections. Oh, if you are in one of the 2 Florida districts that are holding special elections on April 1st, make sure to go out and vote for not fascists, please. We have a chance to stymie or possibly even completely end the Trump agenda if we win all of those special elections. So please, please, please make sure you go out and vote on April 1st. Whatever state you're in, there's going to be elections on April 1st. If you vote for Kamala, the 2028 Democratic nominee, 99% sure, yeah. Republican nominee would have to be really good for me not to vote for Kamala. Now, if she was in the primary, I'd have to see who her opponents are. Why do you think people say Kamala is not likable? I want to say it's rooted in racism and sexism, fortunately. Because, like, I don't know. I think she's chill. Sometimes she's a little corny, but all politicians are. They said Hillary wasn't likable. Yeah. To be fair, I think Kamala's more likable than Hillary. All right.
Hello?
Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how's it going? So I guess my question to you is what makes Trump incompetent since that's the title of your life?
Great question. So he hired an alcoholic Fox News host to head the greatest military in the history of the world. And we're now already seeing the results in less than 3 months. We had very sensitive battle plans leaked to a random journalist prior to those battle plans being coming to fruition. We also have Donald Trump either lying or not knowing that he signed the Alien and Enemies Act authorization when his press secretary said that he did. You have him constantly changing his mind about tariffs, potentially based on how badly the stock market tanks. Now, the 3rd time that he's threatened tariffs on Canada. So we'll see if these take. But he's been going back and forth with those. We have him accidentally firing and then trying to rehire the employees that were keeping track of the bird flu, which most likely led to eggs hitting a record high during his first term or during his second term. He accidentally fired and is trying to rehire people that were in charge of the nuclear stockpile. Like, at what point? Oh, never mind. Chat's telling me to kick this guy for he slurred on Parker's live. Liberal tears for 4 years, amazing. Jeb Mel, this is the problem. You are willing to cut off your nose to spite your face. Like, you're willing. Yes, please take away all of my social safety nets. Please lower taxes for the top 1%. Please make my standard of living worse. Please make my water dirtier, my air dirtier. Please raise my grocery prices. As long as the liberals are upset, please do it, Daddy Trump. Please. That's the problem, Jeb Mel. It's okay to vote in your best interest. It's okay. Be fine. Speaking of which, I don't know if you know this, but liberals did not break into the Capitol and smear shit on the walls when they lost an election. That was you crybaby snowflake pussies. Best.
Hey Dan, sorry, I'm in the middle of a workout. I'm down from 275 to 260.
Let's go. W's in the chat.
First off, I just want to say, Trump supporters, like they are like an analogy. That analogy you used was perfect, but I would say the trees voted for the axe simply because his handle was made of wood.
A good one.
That is what that is. Now I'm gonna list off some of Kamala. Sorry. Oh, it's Kamala. Okay, I say either or. Sorry. Some of her credentials: service at every level of government with over 2 decades of experience. As a local prosecutor in San Francisco DA state, as California's Attorney General and federal as a senator and VP. Her policies, economic wise, she had a better fiscal and economic steward. Her agenda of tax spending policies would cost about half as much as Trump's, according to non-bipartisan analysis, and provide a better return on public investment. Hold on. I'm going through my notes.
You're good. You're good, man. Unfortunately, the election's passed, so we don't have to sell Kamala anymore. But
I just hope that these next 4 years aren't as hard as they are. Like, I'm worried about my next semester. I'm worried about because I rely on like financial aid to go to class. So,
yeah, and the cuts to the Department of Education are possibly going to affect that, unfortunately.
yeah, I just wanted to say I enjoy your lives, and I'm gonna get back to my workout. All right.
Thank you so much. Have a good workout. Did he vote for Trump? No, that guy didn't vote for Trump. All right, next guest. Penguin ZO best moments. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
Go on.
Hey, what's going on, dude? Hey, I just popped in here. So why is Trump like not capable of being president?
Well, so I'll start with what's happening recently. Clearly, he does not hire based off of merit. He hires based off loyalty, as we've seen with him hiring an alcoholic Fox News host who has now leaked very sensitive battle plans to a random journalist. This could have had catastrophic results on national security, and that's just yesterday. But we have even just in his first term, in his the first few months of his second term, excuse me, he accidentally fired and then tried to rehire the employees that were keeping track of the bird flu. He accidentally fired and rehired or tried to rehire federal employees that were in charge of the nuclear stockpile. He is constantly changing his mind about tariffs, threatening to implement them, and then pulling it back, and threatening to implement them, and then pulling it back. He's ruling entirely by executive order. He has no intention of actually negotiating with Congress and passing legislation. Why he gets so fucking ass mad when his executive orders get blocked for being unconstitutional. Do you want me to keep going? That's just from this term. I can go back into last term if you want.
Can you say that one more time?
Okay. Hi, welcome up.
Oh, hello.
What's going on?
Not much. What is this? So, like, what you saying? Trump is incompetent?
Yeah, did you happen to listen to the last minute?
No, not really. I mean, I feel like you kind of just hating on him too much. I think as president, you should kind of just like. I feel like you shouldn't really hate on the president too much.
Are you like a bootlicker? What's the situation here?
Bootlicker? No, I'm just saying because he's trying to help our country out.
How? What's he doing? How's he helping?
Not putting us into war.
Not putting us in the war. He's literally threatening war with countries that we never needed to threaten war with, like Denmark and Panama.
I don't see us in war right now.
Okay, well, the wars that were happening when he got into office are still happening. He claimed he was going to end these wars on day one. In fact, just today, he bombed Yemen.
Thanks, Obama.
So, thank you, Kashi.
I think we just got to give him some time. I mean, he's only been in office for a few months. I mean,
bro, he was in office for 4 years last time, and that shit didn't help. Why would we give him more time?
That was 4 years ago.
I'm going to unalive myself. I can't. There's no dinos. I can't. Nope. Oh, no. Not tonight. Not tonight. Victor, I'm telling you, there's no way Just give it some time, man. Bro, it's like, hold on. I got you. 1 second. It's like this. Like, how many times are they gonna fucking fall for it? Bro's been lying for a decade straight. Nah, this time he's got our best interests at heart.
Thanks, Obama.
Is that Kasha again? Thank you. Okay, we're gonna wrap up soon. We're just about to hit 4 hours. Y'all know I already start to lose political steam at 4 hours, and tonight these guests are. Okay, let's bring up a couple more. Friendly live for a little bit, maybe.
Hey, how are you?
Lead paint eaters. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Thank you.
So I voted for Trump, but there is a lot of things that I disagree with him on. So I don't agree with like the cutting the funding for a lot of these programs. I'm not sure why he did that, but I guess that's something I disagree with.
You want me to tell you
But
why?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm 18.
So he wants to be able to cut taxes on the rich as much as possible. So he has to
Well,
show some kind
I
of
disagree
cuts
with
to
that.
balance it.
That's not true.
Oh, that's not true? Adding $4
No, I
trillion
mean, his
to
tax
the
plan-
deficit?
No, he's just bringing back the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act the first time, the 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%.
Can you show me a source for that?
Yeah.
I have concepts of a plan.
What was that? Thank you for the paper crane. Okay. Oh. The tax reform passed in December 2017 included tax cuts for corporations as well as individuals. But while the benefits for businesses were permanent, the individual taxpayer cuts will expire by 2027. If Congress does nothing to extend them, the top 1% will be at the point where they receive roughly 83% of the tax cut benefits, according to estimates from Nonpartisan Tax Policy Center.
Interesting.
And you can look at the report right here.
Distribution.
I mean, we can't go through it. It's long, but
Sorry, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm just showing you where you can get the report so you can read it. So it's
So
not just from CNN.
I'm curious on what you think about the the gold card where it I guess it got $5 billion in one day, and that's used to cut the deficit. So I mean, I like that, but
this is also an analysis of the upcoming tax plan.
Well,
so,
I mean, I saw that, but that's from a biased source.
How is this biased?
It's just not true. I mean, the tax cuts, everyone's tax cuts, because if it wasn't renewed, all of our taxes would be going up. I think I saw somewhere where it was like 22%. It would go up to like 35%. So I mean,
wait. What? Are you talking about the corporate tax rate?
No, not the corporate.
Nobody's going up to 35% from 22%.
All right, well then maybe that was a wrong thing.
I don't know where you got that.
All right, well maybe I guess I could try looking for it, but I'm kind of busy right now, so I can't really talk for long. Also, so. Um, this is kind of awkward. I've never been on one of these, by the way, so I don't know if you can tell. I'm kind of nervous. But I'm curious on. So you voted for Harris, right? What were some of her policies that you liked?
So I liked her policies for tax deduction, a $50,000 tax deduction for people starting small businesses. I liked her. She had 4 separate policies for reducing the cost of living.
Do you think that she would have actually implemented those, or is that just a gimmick?
On from my lips to God's ears, at least she had a plan. Because Donald Trump's plan for reducing the cost of living is tumbleweed, nothing. The idea that we're going to criticize Harris because, oh, maybe she won't do the good plan, maybe she'll do no plan, whereas Trump just comes out with no plan, is insane. But yes, I do think, especially if we had the House, I do think we could have passed at least some of it, rather than Trump's no intention of lowering anybody's cost of living. So.
Yeah, I mean, simply the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was lower taxes for everyone. I mean, just saying how
we got crumbs. We got crumbs, while the top 1% got most of it. I don't know why he was able to buy all of your loyalty with such little of a tax cut. Like, it was almost inconsequential compared to what the top 1% got. And more importantly, we ended up paying for it anyway with higher cost of living now, because if we weren't in such a massive deficit, he added $8 trillion to the deficit. Yeah. If we weren't in such a massive deficit, right, we wouldn't be having to pay so much interest on our debt, which means our country wouldn't have to spend as much money. And then when an actual reason to deficit spend, like the pandemic, comes along, there's no reason to deficit spend just to give tax cuts to the rich, especially in a booming economy. He literally took one of the economies, said, this is great, let me fuck our deficit up, just for no reason, right? Then we get a reason to deficit spend, the pandemic. Finally, a once-in-a-century reason to actually deficit spend, to save the economy. Now, that we have to fucking print money to make up the windfall, to make up the shortfall, because we just didn't have any money.
Yeah, I mean, we need to balance the budget, though. So, I mean, I'm glad that we have a president that is actually caring about balancing the budget. So,
no. But, I mean, you did not say that. You did not say that in Beyonce's 2025. He's planning on adding $4 trillion to the deficit. How is that balancing?
Yes, but he's cutting a lot. He's cutting a lot of agencies and stuff like that, which is going to be also the Department of Education, which test scores and all that stuff has gone down only from when it was started from Carter in '79. So
I don't know how to break this to you, but $4 trillion is bigger than anything he will ever cut in the history of life. He could be president for 100 years, and he wouldn't be able to cut $4 trillion out of.
That's true. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's not.
So possible. Why did you say it? Why did? You said this is what you said. This is the lie you told. We have a president. This is the lie you told. We have a president who is going to balance the budget, but then you already know that $4 trillion, which is what he's adding to the deficit, is less than the stuff he's cutting. Not to mention the fact that cutting the Department of Education to give Elon Musk more money is not a good thing. But let's ignore that. Let's just talk about the numbers. $4 trillion
he's giving
more.
Elon Musk money, isn't he doing it for free?
Elon Musk is the richest man on earth. The richer you are, the more the tax cuts benefit you.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying before that?
I was saying how I was going to take a toaster. And no, what were we talking about?
I went off track with the Elon Musk, but you had another point that you were bringing up. So sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, I was saying. So I don't know why you brought up that he's trying to balance the budget when you know that $4 trillion is more than anything he would cut.
That's a damn lie.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. Sure. So do you like Biden, by the way? What do you think of our recent president? So I get why you don't like Trump, but what about Biden?
I'm going to need a concession before we pivot to Biden. Do you agree that Donald Trump has no intention of balancing the budget?
I mean, I think he does have an intention of it. I just think that the way he's going about it, I think I disagree with.
What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing to balance the budget?
We're cutting our deficit by the gold cards and Lutnick with the Treasury.
These numbers are less than $4 trillion. Therefore, he is not balancing the budget.
Isn't there like a $2 trillion we're like $2 trillion above of what we're doing, right? We need to get that down from $2 trillion, right? To balance it.
Are you saying what our deficit is?
Yeah, our deficit, well, that's $36 trillion. But the problem is that there's two, we're two, like, I forgot how it works. It's like we're two, like we need a, fuck, I don't even know. I don't know this at the top of my head. I'm sorry. You can correct me if I'm wrong because you probably do this for a living. But I think that we're like, there's $2 trillion more that's added. And if we just cut that down $2 trillion, then we can balance our budget. I'm not saying fix the $36 trillion we are in debt, but I'm glad that we're having, that we're cutting spending with USAID. I mean, there's plenty of useless things that we're spending in these most random ass countries, and I don't agree with doing that. I think that we should stick to our own lane.
I don't know how to explain this to you any clearer. 4 trillion is a lot more than 50 million. 4 trillion is a lot more than 7 million. These are the cuts they're making.
Okay, but it's just a start, dude.
No,
I'm not
the start
saying
of what? The start of what? The start of what? The discretionary budget, just so we're clear, the entire discretionary budget is $2 trillion. The whole discretionary budget is $2 trillion. Adding 4 trillion to the deficit just so Elon Musk and people like him can have a fancier yacht is not balancing the budget.
All right, so is there anything positive you can say about Trump? Is there anything?
I don't do concessions, pivots without concessions. Do you agree that Donald Trump has no intention of balancing the budget?
All right, fine. I concede.
Okay. What's your question?
What's my question?
Oh,
yeah. What do you think about Biden? I'm curious. Like, what do you think about him as a president?
I think, other than his stance on Israel, actually a pretty good president. Passed a lot of
Actually, can we talk about Israel a little bit?
No.
No. All right, that's fine. What do you think about the Afghanistan withdrawal?
I think that Donald Trump negotiated with the Taliban, and Biden followed the exact withdrawal plans that were laid out by Donald Trump.
No, that's not true. He did not.
No,
that was a conditions-based withdrawal that was going to be delayed over several years. Biden left all the equipment there, and that is not what Trump would have done.
Did you read the plan that was negotiated with the Taliban?
From
you didn't.
Which admin?
Trump negotiated with the Taliban.
So he was going to drop it all basically in a few days. That's what he was going to do. Because I'll have to do more research on that.
Do more research.
All right, yeah, definitely will. All right, sounds good. Because I did not know that, because I saw something where I thought it was going to be more of a conditions-based, where it was going to be over several years. But if I'm wrong, then
that's that might be the Gaza ceasefire that you're thinking of.
Maybe. I'm not sure though. I'm kind of new to this. I'm trying to learn more. So. All right. I do not watch Fox, by the way. I was reading one of the comments. I watch everything.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for
pleasure talking to you. Hopefully, we had a constructive conversation, and I learned a lot. All right.
I hope you did learn a lot.
All right.
Have a night.
All right. See ya.
Okay. So I have this thing where I need to start putting a hard stop on the lives, 'cause otherwise I can just keep going, getting guests. And the guests tonight are not healthy. So Dan deserves 5 guys. I don't know whether you're talking about the restaurant or 5 strapping gentlemen, but the guests are not guesting. Oh, okay. Okay. We have some videos to watch. We have some videos. I'll be one of the 5 guys is crazy. Where's Grandpa Dean? I don't know. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up some videos. Oh, wait, actually, there's a way we can say we might be able to salvage tonight. We are less than 100 follows away from 95,000. If we hit 95,000 tonight, we're crab raving. If anyone's not following, now is the time.
Obama.
Thank you, Ruthless. There are 873 of you. I don't believe that all of you are following. Eku, thank you for the $5. There are about 8.4 million people in the world that have more than $5 million. If every person who had more than $5 million moved here and paid for the gold card, that would be 42 trillion. So we need 1 in 10 people with 5 million plus to move here to pay for Trump's TCJA for 1 year. Oh, God. No requests? No, we have requests. I no longer have the patience for the requests. I am merely a vessel at this point. I am a vessel for the guests to speak. I don't think I can speak to them anymore. At least not tonight. Want us to debate them? And you want to run some debates? Hold on. Anyone want? You know what? We'll do guest debates. I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go take a life break. Let's do guest debates. Okay. Okay, kid, I got you. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not.
Oh, well, I love you. Have a good night. All right, we'll find one. Find one. Hi, welcome up.
Hey,
What's up?
it was me earlier. You remember?
No. Who are you?
I'm Bing Bob. No, we were talking about oil and stuff, and you told me to get my facts straight, whatever.
Ooh, yes, I remember.
Yeah. How's it going? And no one good?
Ah.
Damn, I thought I was pretty reasonable. I don't know, but I don't know.
Dude.
If you're done debating, I'll debate you a different time.
You could debate somebody.
That's up to you. I don't know. I heard you were going live Thursday or something. I don't know. You look drained, so.
I am gonna go live tomorrow.
Okay.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Who did I accept? Unaccept.
Oil is so not my thing.
Oh. Well, I don't even know.
Whatever you want to talk about, it don't matter. Probably am opposite of everything. Not everything, but majority of everything.
Everything, huh?
No, I'm reasonable. I'll understand your point, but I'll give you my point.
Well, outside
What topic
of oil,
do you like? Say something. What's the topic? Say something.
Well, let's just find out. Outside of oil, what other reasons do you think that he's competent?
Is he competent? I mean, he wasn't my first choice, but I think he was more competent than Biden. I don't think Biden really was all in there in the head, right?
I mean, he was old, sure, but like, what do
I mean,
you mean?
he didn't answer
Because
questions from the press, did he? Like, I don't know. That's a pretty big thing.
he did. He answered questions.
I mean, if you looked, I mean, it was either scripted questions by the media with, if you saw pictures of his notes, it says, pick on this reporter, is going to ask this question. You know, that's not like a presidential
But
thing, right?
what I'm trying to ask you is like, what about Trump do you think makes him competent? Like, we can sit here and debate whether or not Biden had good interviews, but the reality is that Trump sat there and said that there were airports in 1776 and that magnets don't work underwater. So we can really go tit for tat with this. So, like, what about what he's doing now?
I'm a conservative, but yeah, obviously you vote for the conservative party. But obviously, I think he was more competent than Kamala Harris.
How so? Because she, as far as I can tell, was far more qualified, given as she's worked in every branch of government.
Did you watch her 60 Minutes interview?
I've watched the majority of her interviews. Yes.
I mean, did you think it was appropriate for 60 Minutes to cut and paste different answers to different questions, and you saw the whole unedited version of her interview? I think it's pretty messed up that you could do that to a candidate.
I mean, do they not clip things constantly with most media?
I mean, I wouldn't say. I think they give. I mean, Trump gives. I think for him, I don't think anything for him was like edited out of context for an interview. I think it's kind of weird. Like it's like Kamala had a question, and then they gave her a question, and then they literally used a brand new different answer for her.
I just have an honest question. Do you, because they didn't, because she was answering them, like there's a difference between editing something to fit the time frame or anything along those lines, and then like editing it and like putting AI in to answer questions, which isn't what happened. What I'm asking is like, when you listen to Trump and he says things like they're eating the dogs and cats, or women are aborting their babies after they're born, do you think those are competent answers?
I think it's just Trump being Trump, and Trump
And
is
how is that
crazy.
okay?
Trump is kind of like a. But do you take everything that he says as 100% fact?
Absolutely not. I would never do that.
Good.
My
All right.
question,
A lot of people do.
Yeah. No, they don't. That's not our problem. The problem is that he's supposed to be representing our country and then says things like I said, magnets don't work underwater. Windmills are killing whales. Like, what?
Yeah, I think I mean, you could find sound bites of like every candidate saying something stupid, you know?
I mean, sure, but to that degree?
I mean, have you seen some Biden's fucking mess ups?
Give me your worst one off the top of your head.
I was at the foot of what he said. He said America is, and then he made that big jump word salad at the.
You mean the stutter that he's had since he was a child?
I mean, come on. You're telling me? Have you seen interviews?
He's had a speech impediment. He's had a speech impediment since he was a child.
I know, but have you seen like him before, like when he was vice president for Obama, or he ran for president his first time?
So if you know anything about things like speech impediments and stutters, they get worse under stress. Do you imagine that being the president of the United States is just a chill job? Like you're just calm and it's not stressful whatsoever?
I mean, I would like my president to be calm, right?
But being president is not calm, right? Like that's the point. The point is that stutters are induced further by stress. And being the president of the United States is stressful.
I agree with that, but for him to, you can't say that he wasn't going senile. That's why they kind of kicked him out. Didn't they kind of kick him out?
I can say he's old. No, he wasn't kicked out. I think that the problem was that nobody wants on the left. We're kind of tired of old white guys being the ones in charge. And the reality is that we want younger people in charge, which is our same problem with a lot more of them with Trump. Tired of old white men running the country. So like that was the reason that we were kind of getting done. And he also said that he was only going to be a one-term president.
I mean, like, you can't say that he didn't say
he's not senile. He's old. They're both like 80, right? Like they're right up there at 80. They're old. Neither of them should be running the country.
But what made you think that Biden went from I'm running again, I'm going to beat Trump, and then all of a sudden one day he says, yeah, I'm not going to run again?
The polling.
Do you think that people came up to him like, hey, you got to back out?
I think that he saw the polling. I think that he understood that people wanted a younger candidate.
Yeah, but do you think people came up to him like, hey, you got to step down from this position? Like it wasn't
I know that people said it out loud on news stations, and I feel like that shouldn't have happened. I feel like they should have had a conversation with him behind closed doors and let him know, what the people were feeling. But the reality is that he did pretty fine as president. I have my issues with him because, well, I'm a leftist and I nitpick. But
as you should.
Yeah.
But I definitely think that he was in some kind of. Like they definitely talked him out of it. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to leave. I don't know.
I think he did because I think he did, and the reason I think he did is because I believe that he wanted what's best for America, and what was best for America was a younger candidate stepping in, and I believe that he thought that she had a much better chance than he did as another old white guy all over again.
Do you think Kamala was the best option to run again?
I do think that Kamala was in fact the best option, and people did have a chance to run against her, and nobody stepped up to the plate. She had all the delegates.
Like, you think Gavin Newsom or like Buttigieg was better option to choose? I don't
Neither,
know.
none of
That's
them
my
stepped
opinion.
in.
As our
She
conservative, I think
wasn't.
there's better options. Come on.
None of them stepped in. She did.
I mean, they kind of just put him there. Like I don't know.
No, no.
I don't know. I don't think. That's why.
Hold on. I gotta interrupt. We have several things. Several things. Number one, no other candidate could run with that short of a period of time. Period. Gavin Newsom, Mark Kelly, Shapiro, Jesus Christ, couldn't have run because they would have to do 2 months of fundraising to cover a full campaign. Not possible. So if you want to blame Biden for not dropping out earlier, that's totally fine. Biden dropped out because of the polls. This isn't even guesswork. There were tons of Democrats saying he should drop out, and he didn't care until the polls reflected that. He said the day before he dropped out, he received internal polling where his close advisor said, "Mr. President, your path to 270 is virtually gone." And the very next day he dropped out. He did what he like Kit said, what was best for the country. He knew his party wanted somebody younger, and he definitely knew that he didn't want Trump to win the election. So he did what was right for his party and his country, and he stepped down. This is something that Donald Trump couldn't even do when he lost the 2020 election. He refused. He still hasn't conceded. He's the first candidate in history to not concede an election, the first president in history to not participate in the peaceful transfer of power, and to say that Biden stepping down was because he was demented rather than because he thought he was going to lose the election is just based on Fox News and vibes rather than the actual facts in front of us. That's number one. Number two.
Can I talk about that real quick, though?
Yes. I'm not going to do any more politics. This is just stuff I have to go through, and then we'll go back. We could talk about Number two. Thank you so much, Eckerd, for the $50 on Venmo. If you meant that to be a 5 with a decimal point, let me know, and I'll send $45 back. But thank you so much. Thanks for the hard work, Dan. You are the best informed TikTok debater by far. Listening to your guests, I am not sure we will survive the next 4 years, but if we do it, it will be because of people like you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eckerd. I really, really appreciate that. And number 3, we just hit 95,000 followers. So when
W chat,
everybody, we are going to do a crab rave at the end of the night to close out the live. That's all I need to say for right now. I will let everybody continue talking, and then we'll wrap up probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Bing, I have a quick question for you. Was Trump a duly elected candidate?
What?
Was Trump a duly elected candidate?
Was Trump an elected? Yeah, he didn't have to even do debates. That's how much people liked him. Like he was optional.
You know that's against the rules for via the RNC, right? Like, do you understand that?
That's not against the rules.
It is. You have to be at 2 out of 3 debates during the Republican debates to be a qualified candidate on their side.
That is not true. That's just completely not true. I think there's other candidates who've done the same.
You can look it up because
like being that popular. I don't know.
You can look it up.
I mean, I'll definitely do my diligence and look things up because I always do. But that is not a requirement for running. You don't have to do debates. That's like saying that even independents have to do debates for. It's like
they do. The Green Party debates, the Libertarians debate. They all debate. It's not as widely focused on, but they do debate.
RFK had open one-on-one, he'd even have debates or anything when he was running as an independent. I mean, that's just not. You don't need to do debates to to get votes in primaries and such.
You need to be a candidate. You need to by their own rules.
So I mean, obviously it's not true because the fact that he won, that's just not, they're not just going to disqualify.
No. Wait a minute. You're going to tell me that the guy that's broken the rules the entire time that he's done all of this, that his first presidency, how he's been running his candidacy like a campaign through the first one, and then even now he's still acting like it's campaign season when he's already back in presidency. The guy that's a felon, that he plays by the rules? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, when you're talking about the RNC, you're talking about actual standards, rules, and protocols for running for president, and it's just
Mhm.
not, it's just not true that you have to do a debate. Like it's just not true.
You keep saying that, but you've already said that you do need to do further research on it. Like I know that
I
this
mean,
is
yeah,
a
I will
fact.
because I just do, but I just know, I mean, it just doesn't, it doesn't make sense into reality today. It just doesn't but I mean,
How does it not
I
make
don't
sense
know.
in reality today? Because he's
Do you
so
think? Did you
popular
think
and
Joe
has.
Biden had like a good presidency? Like you were happy with him?
Yes.
Did he? But he didn't do what he said he was going to do. He
What do you
didn't.
mean? He did absolutely everything that he could possibly
What was his
do the
biggest
correct
running?
way.
What was his biggest running point? In like free college, right? You remember
Not
that?
free college. It was forgiving student loan debt, which he did for quite a few people, not as much as he wanted to because he couldn't get everything passed. But
Yeah,
he did
it
forgive
just
lots of people student loans.
he did it through national. He said that he was going to forgive all student loans, and he couldn't even do that.
Okay. But we just went from a point I was making to a whole other point.
I mean, I don't know what your point was saying. This you're talking about standard rules of protocol to run for president, and obviously
Yes, because Biden was at all the debates, right?
I mean,
He did the Democratic debates.
yeah, I mean, we're talking about you don't need to do debates. It's
You
just
do.
not. I mean, how's he president then? They just broke the law to make a president.
Yes, absolutely. They broke the rules. I wouldn't call it law. I would call it rules.
Yeah, I think there are other people other people in history who didn't do debates. I'm pretty sure when who run
Who else? Who else didn't
it was
do
either
debates since that's been part of the rules?
I mean Taft. He didn't do debates back
Taft?
in the
We're going back that far?
I mean, it's history. It's true. I mean, you can't just deny history.
I can't sit here and pull that out of my brain to know if Taft did or did not debate. What I can tell you is
I'm just explaining. There's only been 2 situations ever where a president won and lost. One lost and won again. There's not really many situations that happening in history.
One lost and won again. Okay, did he lose and then win again, or is this about the fact that he did or did not debate?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about a situation of a previous president running again with support. You don't need to debate. It's not.
Do according to the RNC rules.
I mean, I would if Dan could look that up, if he's just sitting there and wants to look something up. Do you have to debate?
I looked it up and she's right. Up until up until Trump ran this past time, the RNC has always required its candidates to debate, but we know that Trump couldn't be taken seriously on a stage with common sense Republicans. So
primaries started in 1970, so I'm not sure why we're going back to Taft all of a sudden. Also, the RNC and DNC have different rules to get the nomination. The RNC's rules state that you have to go to 2 of 3. He went to none of 3. That is the RNC rules. It doesn't apply to the independents. It doesn't apply to the DNC. Each one of them is an independent entity that has their own set of rules.
Well, what if we're gonna? I mean, then why didn't Harris have to do any debates for? I don't know what's the situation when that arises when the president backs out.
What are you talking about?
She did.
What? She did debate.
I mean, this upcoming presidency,
the Democrat
beforehand.
Biden was in office. He is the incumbent, which means no one ran against him in the primaries because he already had the nomination. When she took his spot, she then went and debated Trump. I have no idea what you're talking about.
And thrashed him.
What I was just more talking about the fact that if an incumbent president doesn't want to run again, and then that means automatically that the vice president becomes the.
That's not what it is. No one ran against her.
That's not what happened.
Anyone
by the
could
way,
have run against her.
What actually happened, Dan?
The incumbent president did not decide not to run again. The incumbent president ran most of the campaign and then dropped out.
Yeah, this was
the same result would have happened.
Election.
Same result would have happened if Biden had unalived because of his old age. Vice president would be the only one to reasonably be able to run with that period of time because the vice president is the only one that can use the Biden campaign funds. No reasonable person would want to run a campaign and fundraise against Trump's massive war chest in 2 months. That's why nobody ran against her, like Mark Kelly, like Shapiro, like Gavin Newsom. Nobody wanted to, and that is the reason that Kamala was the only one running.
And with all due respect, we vote in primaries on a ticket. So she got our nomination on the ticket during the primaries.
Did you guys get upset when she lied about her old policies compared to when she was running for president?
She didn't lie about them.
lie?
People can change their position on things.
Okay,
Stop
wait.
Stop
Bing,
fracking.
Bing, Bing. Before you
Assault
do this,
rifle
Bing,
takeaways.
Bing. Before you do this, I really want you to know: do you want to do this? Because again, we can go so tit for tat, and also she learned more and changed her opinion, whereas Trump's gone back and forth between so many things, and there are so many lies. 30,000 in his first. I'm
just saying if it made you guys upset. I'm just not saying. I know Trump does.
Why
the
would
same
it
thing,
make us
but-
upset?
I mean, I don't know. She flip flopped on a lot of things.
Let me
She
give
doesn't.
you, let me give you the absolute most charitable answer to this question. So, characterizing it as a lie would only make sense if she lied about what her position was. This is actually something that John Fetterman did in his debate when he first was running back in, 2022? He actually lied about his position on fracking, which was really frustrating to me, but we really needed him to win, to be honest. But Kamala did not do that. Kamala explained that after 4 years of experience as vice president, she had changed her opinion on certain policies with more information. Additionally, her positions when she is senator of California, the most progressive state in the union, or one of the most progressive states in the union, versus her position as a presidential candidate, where she would be president of all Americans, makes sense that they would change. Number two. Number three is I don't know about you. I don't have all the same positions that I had 5 years ago. I don't know why we would expect Kamala to. But calling it a lie would mean that she said, no, that wasn't my position, and she never said that. That her position changed. And I agree with Kit when we say, if you want, we can go tit for tat, and we can talk about times where Donald Trump's position changed in the same interview. Not even after 5 years. In the same interview, he went from women should be punished for having abortions to no, they shouldn't. In the same week, he went from 6 weeks is too short of a ban for abortion to supporting the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. He is we could watch this with the tariffs. How many times he's backtracked and gone back and forth and back and forth. He lies about the things he does and the things he says. He lied about signing the Alien and Enemies Act just this week. So whether we look at this from the perspective of she didn't lie, or if she did, we could go tit for tat. There's no world when you compare these two people. Are they even in ballpark, the same universe, in the same galaxy?
But can you agree that both sides do lie?
I am going to stab my eyes until I can no longer see, because
what did she lie about? What did she lie about?
What did Harris lie about?
Bing. You want this to be like this thing
Oh,
where this is even.
Let him do it. Let him do it.
I mean, it's kind of just not reasonable to think that both sides don't lie.
Okay. I'm still waiting for an example of the lie you're talking about. Though.
Assault rifle takeaways.
That is a change in position.
What's the lie?
Well, I mean, if you're running on this during a presidency and then you just switch up when you just become
switching your position 5 years later is not a lie. I need you to.
That wasn't even 5. That was 9 years later. That came up when she was a senator.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. So changing your mind after 9 years, not a lie. You know what a lie is? When you say something that is not true. So, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna answer.
Like what Walt says he was in China during the riots. That was a lie, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna answer. Listen, I'm gonna answer.
Technically, he was there.
I'm gonna answer your bad faith question. Watch this. Yes, both sides lie. During the Kamala Harris Donald Trump debate, Kamala Harris lied 7 times. Yes, I would prefer she lied 0 times. However, her opponent, Donald Trump, lied 60 times. Now, if you are going to look at 7 lies and look at 60 lies and say, well, both sides lie, so I'll vote for the felon, rapist, racist, then that's good for you. But I am so good on being lied to 60 times in an hour and a half.
And the lies being so egregious at that. Lying and saying that people are eating cats and dogs in Springfield, or questioning if Kamala Harris is black, like, it's disgusting. But I'm going to drop down. I just wanted to say, to Bing Bob, specifically about a point you and Kit were arguing on earlier. In the Kamala interview, I've watched the quote unquote edited version.
Me too.
So because you presented it to Kit earlier that they were copy and pasting answers, right? That did not happen. There was one question about Israel that they cut out a big portion of it. I will give you that, and gave the end of her answer and put that in as the answer for it. And it was the same exact thing that it took her a minute to find the words, but it was not this whole.
But isn't that wrong though?
No.
You don't think that's kind of like
Wait a
manipulation?
minute. Is TV not edited to actually fit the time slot that's allotted?
They have to take 5 hours sometimes of video and get it into 48 minutes.
I'm just glad she went on 60 Minutes, unlike her opponent, which was such a massive bitch that he walked off of 60 Minutes the last time he was there because Leslie Stahl asked him mean questions and then refused to do it this time. He would only do interviews with positive people that would ask him softball questions. So you know what? I will take Kamala Harris not doing as well on like a Fox News interview because she had the stones to go on a Fox News interview. Donald Trump, just to go on MSNBC, refuses to answer difficult questions.
Town hall. Come on, he did a CNN town hall, didn't he?
I am begging the right to understand that CNN is not left wing. I am begging you guys. I know the Overton window is now anyone left of Hitler is left wing, but CNN not right wing. Oh, not left wing. I don't know where you're getting this. They're owned by a Republican.
CNN's left wing, really?
Yes. Ask any Bernie Sanders supporter how they feel about CNN. Ask any liberal how they feel about CNN.
If you listen to Dan just now, which I'm pretty sure you missed his words because you were talking, he let you know that CNN is owned by a Republican.
I didn't know that, to be honest. I don't watch news, to be honest. I do a lot of podcasts and independent research, to be honest. But I'm not like a huge MAGA person. I hope you guys know that. Obviously,
I'm gonna tell you something. The problem with listening to like podcasters rather than listening to news is that podcasters are not held to the same standard in terms of telling the truth. So, for example, when Fox News blatantly lies to their fan base, they have to settle a $750 million settlement, right?
With the voting machines.
Yeah, with the lies told by the voting machines. Whereas a random podcaster can just keep saying those lies and they'll be fine. So I don't know why we would trust independent people who have a motive to lie to you, because lies bring in views, and they also aren't held to the same standard that massive media companies are held to. I don't know why you would just believe podcasters.
I just want more like the long-winded answers. You can really hear someone talk, right? I mean, like you can't say like in a 60 minutes cut up interview or something that's different than a 3-hour prolonged argument, right?
Yeah, but if the 3-hour conversation that Donald Trump has with Joe Rogan is filled with lies, and Joe Rogan doesn't have the wherewithal to push back on the lies, one, because he prefers Donald Trump as a candidate, two, because his brain is weeded out, and three, because he's not a political analyst, then you're being fed propaganda, not information.
Speaking about Joe, why didn't Harris do Joe?
She offered to, so they agreed to do it, but he wouldn't agree to the terms that she wanted, which was that
she had to go to Austin, and she was campaigning at the time, and had
like, why don't you do, like why you have terms and you have to come here?
If you would have let me finish my sentence, it might have made a little bit more sense. Literally in progress.
I'm sorry.
He would not do it anywhere but in Austin at his studio. She was campaigning and didn't have any room in between her stops to then fly to Austin to do this. She asked if he would come to her, and he said no. So, I mean, what do you want? It's not all her. He wouldn't go to her either.
Also,
I mean, Trump did it. I mean, Trump went from
because he had the opportunity and the extra time. He has been rallying for the last 5 years.
So Donald Trump has been campaigning essentially for 9 full years straight. Kamala Harris had 2.5 months. He just couldn't fit in a 3-hour interview in Austin with the guy that makes people eat scorpions. You just didn't have the time. I'm sorry. And if that swung someone's vote, I said it before, I'll say it again. If your vote was determined by her not being interviewed by the MMA guy, I don't know what to tell you. That's
well, that didn't sway my vote, but it's just suspicious how she didn't want to talk. You're right. I mean, she isn't
what
really
is suspicious?
bright, you know.
I wouldn't want to talk
Excuse
to Joe
me?
Rogan either.
Like I don't think she's too. I mean, even her rallies were all cut and paste, same shit. I mean, I don't know.
I just tried to
weird.
lower the patience meter to -1. It didn't work.
I have a question for you, Bing.
Yep.
Why did Donald Trump lie today to the media to say that he didn't know that those 4 soldiers were killed in Lithuania? He had known for 16 hours at that point that they had died.
Which one? I can't hear you again.
4 soldiers were killed in Lithuania.
What situation
Trump,
was this?
I'm sorry?
What situation was this?
Today, Trump was in front of the media and they asked him about the 4 soldiers that died in Lithuania. Donald Trump was the first person to know that these soldiers had died before the families did. And he bold-faced lied to the media and said, I don't know what you're talking about, because he didn't want to explain it. He didn't want to explain why Russia's ally, why our soldiers died on their border.
Oh, trust me. I think it's all terrible. Trust me. Even the whole Hexeth,
But we're talking about lying.
Terrible.
We're talking about lying. That's kind of a big deal. That's the president of the United States lying to the media about 4 soldiers that lost their lives. And you're worried about position changes on fracking? Give me a break.
And also, 2 birds with 1 stone with that. You said, do you watch the entire Joe Rogan interview, Bing?
With Trump, yeah.
So, did you catch the part where Trump was talking about the election and Rogan pressured him and asked him why he didn't bring the documents to the most important meeting of the election cycle, the most important podcast that Trump was going to do, why he didn't bring the evidence that he's been leading you guys on for 4 years now, saying that that the election was stolen? Or,
yeah, trust me, I don't think the election was stolen.
Okay, so why did you vote for him? That makes absolutely no sense.
Why I voted for Trump compared to Harris?
Why you would, in any universe, justify a vote for Trump after he tried to overthrow the election when he knew he did not win?
I mean, that wasn't such a huge factor to me, I mean, if you don't Trump, it's just like...
Overthrowing the government?
I mean, he didn't try to overthrow the government. Come on.
What do you think overthrowing an election is, my guy?
You think he would try to overthrow the government,
To take the presidency would be overthrowing the government.
He could have armed the military and did a full...
Oh my God, my guy, what do you think it is when you try to steal the presidency of the United States to run the government? You cannot be this dense.
I'm not being dense about this. I mean,
you literally are. You're being evasive or you're being dense, because to sit there and say, no, he didn't try to overthrow the government. He tried to steal the presidency. This is nuts. You have to be smarter than this.
It takes the supercomputer that is in your hands right now to Google, did Trump try to get Mike Pence to certify false electors? And it will tell you the answer right there.
Obviously, I don't agree how he went around the whole thing, but he definitely could have done. If he wanted to take the presidency, he could have took the presidency.
He could not, because they certified it, my guy. Because Mike Pence.
I know, but he could have involved the whole military. He could have actually overthrown the whole government if he wanted to.
Oh,
okay. All right. So that's the bar. The bar we have is, as long as you don't turn the military on American citizens, I'm willing to vote for this racist rapist. Got it.
Do you hear yourself?
I mean, I hear myself.
Let me. I want to.
I don't believe it was insurrection on the
government. I want to break this down very slowly for you, because there's a problem. How old are you?
26.
Okay. You just got your full brain. Got it. Okay.
2 years.
That's mean. Come on.
It's
scientifically.
I've been mean once to you guys.
No, it's a scientific.
Literally a fact. It's biology.
Your brain's not fully developed until 25.
You guys are pretty biology. Come on.
Excuse you?
What's wrong with you?
I'm not gonna let you pivot to being transphobic, because that's where you're about to go. Okay,
what we're on
is J6. What we're on is J6.
Okay.
And I'm gonna explain this to you very slowly. So for 6 months prior to January 6th, Trump was rallying up his base. He was telling them, you have to fight for your country. It's going to be stolen. If I lose, it's going to be stolen. I'm only going to concede to or I'm only going to accept it if it's a fair election, saying that if he doesn't win, it wasn't going to be fair. He rallied them up, got them more and more upset and angry and worried about their country being quote unquote stolen from them, to the point that on January 6th, he sat up on the stage and was talking to this whole crowd, which, by the way, because I've read the court transcripts and I've watched the documentaries like Day of Rage on YouTube. So what happened while he was on stage was, one, he got angry about his crowd size and he complained about it to Secret Service. And Secret Service said, well, the other people that were trying to come in had various forms of weapons on them, so they couldn't come in. And he said, they're not here to hurt me, let them in. So he knew that people in his crowd were armed, and he wanted them there anyway, and then wanted to get them angry. You know, his name's gonna escape me now. Rudy Giuliani went up on stage at that rally, and he said, trial by combat. He said, fight like hell. What part of this is peaceful? What part of this isn't inciting an insurrection?
Trust me, I don't agree with anything that happened that day. I don't think it was insurrection, and what happened on January 6th is, I mean, it could have been played out a lot differently in a right way. But yeah, I mean, if you also watch that same documentary, didn't he want to imply National Guard on that day because he knew it was going to get a little hectic?
No. So okay, who in DC has? I'm just gonna give you this answer if you don't get it right away because I'm so tired of this talking point. Who in DC controls the National Guard?
Who in DC? I mean, I don't know the exact figure. Maybe Secretary of Homeland Defense.
Nope.
I don't know.
No,
The
it's the president. It's the president. The president is the first one, and then it's the Secretary of the Army.
Mm-hmm. But even Pelosi knows she screwed up by not having.
No.
Pelosi does not have the power to.
She has no power for the National Guard. Zero. She is not in that chain of command.
So you guys actually think that January 6th could have been the last day of America?
Yes.
Almost was, if not for Mike Pence having the stones.
I'm calling it. Countdown's over.
Okay.
I can't.
Sorry,
Dan.
Dan.
Do you guys really think that January 6th could have been the last day of America? Brother, if not for one Indiana talk show host that thinks gay conversion therapy is a thing, if not for Michael Pence, yes, it would have been the end of democracy. And the fact that Mike Pence had to stand up with a backbone and respect the Constitution really shows a lot about the actions of Donald Trump. So that's my final thoughts on this. Thank you. I don't know. I gotta kick that guy. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, Dan.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just
I thought this would be a good idea, and then
no, I was starting to crash out like from the other room. Like I was hearing the arguments, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh God! But we have to. All right,
maybe
we're doing
this
a crab
is how
rave.
we end the night. We end the night every once in a while like this, and you can take a break and just let us. I don't know, go off.
Yeah, no, I
think Dan needs to mute us, otherwise he's still gonna start
might-
being wound up.
I might have to.
No.
That's it. The guest hosts did do wonderful. Yeah, no, they did great. They did great. Get rid of some.
Crab rave time.
Okay.
All right, you can kick me out. Nope, that's it. Love you guys. See y'all tomorrow.
My final thoughts are reading is very important, and you should read more because facts are good. And yeah, that's about. Please just read more. Please, for the love of gods, read more. Anyways, have a good night, Dan.
You too. Wait, there's a button to kick everyone at once. Get 8, no crumbs. Yeah, it was cooking. They all did great, except that 26-year-old guy. But I don't know. Maybe my opinion is swayed by the fact that I'm at 0 out of 10. Maybe he was being reasonable. Kat, was he being reasonable? Would a 5 out of 10 Dan found him reasonable? No. All right. For those of you that don't know, we have a custom that we do on these lives where if we hit 1 million likes in a live, or if we hit a milestone follow count, we do a crab rave. Now, if you hear that and you're like, "What's a crab rave?" then you are in for a treat. Okay. So, I am going to end the Twitch and YouTube live. So if you guys want to hang out for the crab rave, you got to move over to TikTok. Twitch and YouTube, it's been real. I haven't looked at you guys in probably 2.5 hours, and I apologize. But when TikTok gets banned on April 5th, I will only be looking at you guys. So, I'll start with Twitch. Bye, Twitch. Like, and then I put a pillow on them. Are we your favorite children here at TikTok, Dan? It's not that you're my favorite children. It's just that there's so many more of you that, you know, like I need to I'm not gonna finish any of these sentences. Okay. Bye, Twitch. Twitch and YouTube punching it right now. All right, YouTube. It's been real. What time do you come on? Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern. Bye, YouTube.